게임을 찾았습니다.
역시. 에센 오케이. 잘 하길 바랄게요. 이봐. 에이스.
우리 능력자 제트. 다음은 목을 겨냥해봐. 좀 쉽달까?
Hello.
Hello?
자,
스파이크를 확보했다.
Running.
wait, I smoke.
One got in.
We can go back. We can go B.
재장전 중.
Sure. Many mid. Go B. For sure.
재장전 중.
아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Bad.
(30초) 남았습니다.
스파이크 설치 완료.
우리가 강한 건 함께하기 때문이야. 절대 잊어선 안 돼.
I'm gonna fully go.
숨어. 도망쳐.
시야 확보.
Can you heal?
적 치유해줄게.
그림자가 간다.
스파이크를 내려놨다.
스파이크 확보.
So we can crash together maybe.
재장전 중.
그림자 소환.
스파이크가 B 지점에 떨어졌습니다. 아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Nice eco, nice eco.
적 스카이는 내가 처치할게. 이건 내 숙명이야.
We can play default first. Maybe 3B and 2A.
싸우자.
One market.
I can. Okay.
그림자가 간다.
재장전 중. 조심해. 스파이크를
I can
확보했다.
flashing the flash now. So far you can do.
시야를 멈춰주지.
You can go now. You can
One
go
more, one more.
now.
Oh, out dead.
시야.
그림자가 간다.
Nice one.
This one.
Heaven, heaven.
잘안 보일까?
Take it. Go.
Finish.
재장전. 벽을 세웠어.
아아아 해봐.
그림자 소환.
제트 처치.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Heaven.
재장전 중.
No here. Oh shit.
Oh no.
아직 끝났다.
Oh.
좀 버려줘.
Sorry bro.
H.
적 스카이 처치. 그림자가 간다.
아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
어디 한번 잡아보라고 해.
We can half by maybe.
재장전 중. 중앙에서 적 발견. 우리 운반자가 처치됐어. 재장전 중.
스파이크가 중앙에 떨어졌습니다. 아군이 한 명 남았습니다. 무결점 플레이.
Daripada stingan mending. Aduh.
활과 화살이 좀 구식이긴 하지. 하지만 가끔은 구식이 먹힌다고.
We're gonna plan on B, but we split first.
스파이크를 확보했다. 스파이크를 내려놨어. 스파이크 확보.
Careful.
중앙에서
그러면-
적들 발견.
그림자 소환.
도망칠 곳은 없다.
스파이크가 B 지점에 떨어졌습니다.
확보했다.
Walk. Sky in A. Sky in A.
여길 지킨다. 여기야.
Wait.
30초 남았습니다.
A still in A.
Smoke, Oman, smoke.
앞쪽을 정찰한다.
Heaven one.
A에서 적들이 적이다.
피할 수 없을까?
Help me crossfire better.
A 지점 적
저리
발견.
비켜!
아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
설치. 제거했다.
This guy.
오늘 컨디션이 별로라고? 걱정 마. 분명 너도 쓸모가 있을 테니.
Approaching.
Maybe let's us push A.
쩔쩔 거다.
Drone, bro, drone.
날아볼까?
Take spike. Since I think spike.
재장전. 시작이다. 눈을 가려주지.
컴백
앞쪽
컴백.
정찰 중.
Go back.
찾았어.
스파이크를 떨어뜨렸어.
사냥거리다.
Too low.
중앙에서 적 발견. 어딜 감히?
Nice one.
충전이 필요하다.
치유해줄게. 중앙에서 적 다수 발견.
그림자 소환.
Nice one.
Flying.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
City maybe.
지역시야 확보. 재장전 중.
Help me to side.
30초 남았습니다.
Nice one.
적의 눈을 똑바로 무시하면 정확하게 쏠 수 있지.
I'm OP, bro.
Okay.
I can do.
You can go mid chat.
오맨 마음껏
No?
사냥해.
알았어. Flashing again. Bye.
적을 발견했다.
One main one.
드론 간다.
시야 차단. 재장전 중.
Don't pick mid. It's OP.
여기야.
충격 화살이다.
그림자 소환.
What?
스파이크를 떨어뜨렸다. 여길 지킨다. 지하 확보 중.
I only have one smoke.
그림자가
스파이크를 내려놨다.
스파이크 확보.
Backside.
Flashing, flashing.
지하철
Backside. Backside. Oh shit.
스파이크가 A점에 떨어졌습니다. 아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
One shot, one shot.
그간 아무리 많은 전투를 했어도 절대 방심하지 말자고.
You guys can tell me when you're gonna enter. So I don't waste my smoke. Fucking bitches. Okay, okay. I'm gonna blind 1, 2, 3.
Can be right.
재장전
Nice one. Wait, wait, wait.
Side one, side one, side one.
알아볼까?
Side one, side one.
Nice one. Go, nice.
스파이크 설치 완료.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다. 무결점 플레이.
Nice one.
다들 멋진 활약이었어.
서로에게 든든한 힘이 되어주자.
Sage, don't pick me. Don't pick mid, cause it's dangerous.
Sofa drone, sofa. We gonna play fast.
Okay.
I'm gonna flash the
여기다.
generator.
드론 출격.
A 지점 적발견. 이쪽이야. 시야를
Can
눈을
walk.
가려.
그림자가 간다.
Come
네 임무는 끝나지 않았어. 재장전 중.
스파이크를 설치한다.
재장전 중. 줄로 분리되었어.
내가 바로 사냥꾼이다.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
충전이 필요해.
Beside.
Help, come, sofa, help. Nice one.
Nice.
압박이 느껴지는군. 정신 차려.
Okay again, bro.
버려줄 사람. 고마워.
Go fast, let's go.
저리 비켜.
간다.
Well,
재장전 중. 스파이크를 확보해.
one gen, one left side.
Let's go B, let's go B.
We can go B.
There you go.
있지. 그림자가 간다. 그림자 소환.
Market, market.
Go. Go B.
재장전 중.
여기야.
Can you push for me? AQ right?
Sky on me.
Yeah, both
What?
B.
Guys, D. One side.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
CT.
A
Nice one, Jet.
저 표정들 좀 봐.
와,
전반전 최종 라운드.
필요한 건
Jet
전부 다 쏴.
나이스. 갑자기 차단해.
Bye.
I can. Oh, let's go A. Let's. Oh, never mind. Let's go B. Let's go B.
Okay, go B, go B. We're planting the spike, guys.
함께야.
I can flash again.
여기다.
앞쪽을 통찰한다.
시작이다. 더잘 찍었어야지. 재장전.
Side one. Side one. Side one.
장막이 생성됐어.
스파이크가 B 지점에 떨어졌습니다.
먼지.
한 명 남았습니다.
Sage side.
사살.
Bye.
City and city market. City market.
No side.
One here.
No market. Oh, market.
지역시야 확보. 찾았다.
적군이 공수 교대.
일 뿐이란 깨닫게 해주지.
여기야.
I'm gonna go mid. Sofa, can you go B?
Bye.
우리가 간다.
B.
그림자가 간다.
Yo,
Yo. Nice shot.
what's that? What's that?
적 사망.
아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
난 내 소명을 알고 있어.
우리 실력을 보여줄 차례야.
Vegan.
그림자 소환.
Lane.
Yeah, like,
뒤에서 적 발견.
재장전 중.
Building.
자, 간다. 재장전. 재장전.
Astralo.
재장전 중.
스파이크가 설치되었습니다. 아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
next time. Maybe you can stack B.
다들 알지?
Aye.
각자 맡은 역할만 잘하면 박살낼 수 있다.
여기야. 날아볼까?
Okay.
They're going mid, going mid.
그림자 소환.
Guys shot, guys shot.
Shot,
Guys,
shot,
get a
shot,
shot,
shot.
guys.
Shot.
여기다.
Fuck. No one pay shot. Oh my god.
그림자가 간다.
One garden, one garden.
적군이 한 명
Nice, thank you.
남았습니다.
Amen, amen.
Nice one, nice one.
감히 고통을 안다고 떠들어. 아직 멀었다.
We can stack B maybe for B for B. 3B, 3B.
Okay. Shoot the dog, okay. Safa.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, I can help shooting the dog. What the?
Jetting.
One more. Tag 40 Astra.
아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
나는 소멸을 이겨낸 이번엔 살아남을 것이다.
도와줄 사람. 버려줄 사람 고마워.
저리 비켜!
Milling.
Okay, coming.
그림자가 간다.
One A.
Okay, shot.
2A. Joining.
Okay, I'm coming. Coming A. So far, can you watch me?
재장전 중.
저주지.
What?
더 잘 숨었어야지.
아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
완료.
We're gonna lose now. Go away, don't get.
감히 고통을 안다고 떠들어. 아직
도와줄 사람. 고마워.
나 계속 죽어요. 제발요.
내가 찾아내지. 여기야.
Coming B.
그림자 소환.
Baby. Aladdin.
시야를 훔쳐주지. 여기다.
Oh, they are there.
Going back, they're going back.
그림자 소환.
What?
둘로 분리되었어. 네 임무는 끝나지
정신을
않았어.
잃었었군. 충전이
재장전 중.
그림자가 간다.
Already.
스파이크
반띵, 뭐?
설치.
Under.
Wait, ready.
Ada active so wah.
아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Low.
No one heaven, bro. No one heaven.
그림 그림자가 간다.
매치 포인트.
저들은 결코 날
뚫지 못할 거야.
그림자 소환. 여기다.
중앙에서 적 발견.
시야차. 여기다.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
뒤에서 적 발견.
무결점 플레이.
대장전 중. 놀라워. 이거 영광인걸? 자, 다시 시작하자. 난 쌩쌩한데 다들 어때?
아, 제발. Langsung 7 bro.
녀석들을 거덜내주지. 그림자 소환.
A에서 적 발견. 치유해줄게.
그림자가 간다.
사냥 시작이다.
훈련 더 하라고.
내가 바로 사냥꾼이다.
스파이크가 설치되었습니다.
대장전 중.
어디에나 있지.
Headhunting.
여기야.
They fight. They fight.
아군이 한 명 남았습니다. 공격팀 승리.
Don't drone like that. The real game sense.
Channel Liga Game.
Terima kasih Clip,
Terima kasih
respect,
Clip,
respect.
respect. So oke, sekarang mungkin kita udah langsung lanjut ke match ya, RRQ versus Dewa. Ini RRQ sendiri tahu kan kalau Dewa itu sebelumnya udah sering main bareng dengan nama tim yang berbeda, sekarang rumah baru aja. Gimana nih ekspektasinya? Bisa nggak nih mengalahkan anak-anak muda ini, Maestro? Gimana?
Beberapa kali kan udah ketemu di orang juga.
Iya. Oke.
Dan ya matchnya sengit lah. Dan gue expect sih kita bakal kasih game yang menarik juga.
Itu dia, respect sih. Seru sih kalau game seru.
Lu udah siap belum namatin challenge-nya? Karena ini turnamen rasa challenge loh.
Satu-satu ya lengkap nanti sama kita.
Wih!
Gua tunggu knife kill.
Knife kill sih.
Gua tunggu knife kill.
Knife kill belum ada.
게임을 찾았습니다.
Paling enggak inilah operator double kill piercing
Iya,
shot
piercing
deh.
shot
Collateral
deh.
boleh deh. Kasih lihat
Oke,
dari
lu siap ya?
Oke.
Kalau Clip lu paling pengen nyelesain challenge apa Clip?
Clutch lah 1v5.
Tambah lagi.
Udah ada tadi lo, kalau lu nonton udah ada tadi lo.
Oke. Tapi mantep nih. Ini pahalanya mereka mengincar juga.
Farming pahala nih, cakring-cakringnya nih kedengeran di kuping
Cakring
gua
gue
nih.
juga denger, gue gak siap nih. Gak sabar. Dewa Klip, oke tadi udah ditanyain ke Maestro, sekarang Klip gimana ekspektasi lu ngelawan RRQ kali ini?
Apa ya? Ya semoga bisa memberikan game yang terbaik aja lah.
Siap. Kalem ya.
Default template yang penting ada jawabannya.
Ini copy
soal.
paste doang tadi.
Iya.
Gua copy ya PR lu ya, sama pinjem ya.
Tapi jangan sama banget
Jangan
ya.
disamain banget, ya cuma diganti doang. But it's okay. I think berarti respect-nya ada nih dari kedua tim, saling respect. Udah ketemu juga ya, jadi udah kenal ya, nggak usah perkenalan lagi. Oke.
Jadi buat teman-teman kayaknya udah pada nggak sabar juga ya, daripada engkau lu di luar mulu, nggak apa-apa suruh masuk karena kita sebentar lagi bakal langsung masuk ke gamenya. Jadi buat teman-teman terima kasih atas waktunya.
Thank you.
Good luck, have
Good luck
fun
man,
di game.
good luck guys.
Jangan lupa have fun, jangan lupa challenge-nya berlaku
betul
dan
sekali.
kasih kita game yang menarik, oke?
Mantap.
Good luck.
Thank you guys. Good luck, have fun.
Thank you.
Wow.
Itu sengaja
Enemy.
Maestro karena backgroundnya nggak ada orang-orang.
Iya, sengaja banget.
Guilty
Sana
sumpah.
pergi dulu.
Sana
pergi
dulu, sana
pergi
dulu.
dulu gua interview.
Sampai gladi resik dulu tadi sedikit kelihatan nggak di
어디온 것 같은데?
Iya, perlu geser.
Sebelahnya juga gladi resik tuh. Koko. Koko jangan kelihatan di sebelah sini ya. Jangan keluar dari pintu situ. Aduh.
Oke, itu dia. Dan sepertinya kita udah tahu Arsen. Pick
Breeze.
by RRQ.
iya.
Defendernya Dewa dulu.
Dewa.
Kita bakal masuk ke map pertama itu Arsen. Ini bakal game menarik sekali. Kita ada ekspektasi
Yes,
challenge yang akan
Oh, yes.
terselesaikan kali ini.
이길 수 있어요? 난
Many B.
B에서 적들 발견.
위에서 적 발견. 재장전 중. 폭탄 받아라.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
this one guys.
Did I blind you guys?
No.
재장전 중.
Nice.
계속 싸워. 싸워서 이겨야만 해.
Halo Fatih. Kemarin PC ku yang satunya mati kayaknya, makanya nggak kelihatan chatmu. Aduh.
여기 총 발견.
Ya. Flash.
발견.
Go back. I can help.
Geliyor. Nice.
Nice one. Wow.
Get it? Get this.
충전이 필요해.
적군이 한 명
Get it. Get it.
남았습니다. 무결점 플레이.
Oh.
비에 무상자가 없네.
Report jet. Report jet.
이건 아무리
Report
많은
jet.
전투를 했어도 절대 방심하지
Yeah. You remember your erection time, bro. Your erection time.
Look, I headshot them, man. What the fuck?
Yo, report jet. No cap.
저쪽 사이퍼는 내가 처리하지. B에서 적
B again. B.
Yeah.
장막이 생성됐어.
To me.
They vandals now. Nice.
중앙에서 적 발견.
Reyna.
Is he coming B?
Maybe. Getting orb.
치유해줄게. 재장전 중.
Let's go. My bad. Help me close
I can
my
flash.
No.
I hit him 121.
So I'm not watching B mid, by the way.
Help me then.
Heaven's taken.
폭탄 간다.
스파이크가 B 지점에 떨어졌습니다. 눈먼 장님이로군. 아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
You got this.
스파이크 설치. 적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
처치.
다시.
다들 숨 크게 쉬고 심장 뛰는 소리를 들려줘.
좀 나눠줄 사람. 고마워.
벽을 세웠어.
In mid, one mid.
One A.
A 지점 적 발견. 하나 더.
Nice. Good wait.
A 지점 적 발견.
One ramps.
What? The timing. My bad. They're going in. They're going in.
A 지점 적 발견.
Holy shit! Nice.
스파이크가
One
A
more?
지점에
Heaven,
떨어졌습니다.
heaven.
Yeah, heaven.
적군이 한
Heaven,
명
heaven,
남았습니다.
Jumps.
What?
His main.
아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Oh, fuck. Head.
Still hell.
What?
He's
Nice!
What the?
nice.
모두 준비들해. 다시 싸울 시간이야. 좀 버려줄 사람.
고마워.
What's your Spectre, Jet?
좀 나눠줄 사람.
What's your Spectre?
I don't have Spectre skin.
Ah, shit.
It's B, it's B.
One though. I don't know who though. I think the Wi-Fi.
벽을 세웠어. 저리 비켜. 더 잘 숨었어야지.
I'm going A.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm good.
스파이크가
My bad.
A 지점에 떨어졌습니다.
네 위치는 파악됐다. 시야를 훔쳐주지.
스파이크가 설치되었습니다.
Hell.
아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Ah, this one.
Let's try, guys.
My bad.
Oh.
내게 고통을 주었어도 내 세상이야.
죽여서라도 지켜내고 말겠어.
You guys wanna half or eco?
Just Vika.
터질 시간이다.
You're gonna buy? Really?
장막 생성.
I'm going B.
Cypher came here. Dogging. I'm dead.
똑똑해봐라.
Is here to deal with this, man?
Nice. One more. You can get one more.
아군이 한 명 남았습니다. 스파이크 설치.
충전이 필요하다. 소멸.
Nice. Winnable.
Cypher still.
Nice try.
Oh, I think him 80 Cypher. What the fuck? 2 bullet body.
He was healed.
No, man. His mine's 140.
Probably healed by Sky.
He was healed. Yeah, he was healed. Alright, let's end this.
장막이 생성됐어.
Incoming. Just place it here. Oh, you're fucked.
What's heaven? I hear step from heaven.
여기야.
Three mid.
I help
defend
you.
heaven.
Crossfire with me, Jet.
시야 차단.
Heaven.
Coming B.
In heaven, they're going heaven. Yeah. Oh,
They're here.
B?
Yeah. Go B. They're planting B.
사이퍼 처치.
(30초) 남았습니다. 아군이 한 명 남았습니다. 적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Winnable.
Fake. Carry on the bro.
Oh, I saw his head.
Nice try.
Fuck, I can't clutch, man. I can frag, I can't clutch.
이번엔
괜찮아 이제.
But we got this. First enough,
We got
right?
it.
First is out. Yeah, first enough.
I can use
Oh,
it.
what the fuck?
이거 재밌겠는데?
내가 신호할게.
B again.
벽을 세웠어.
They're in mid.
둘로 분리되었어.
스파이크가 설치되었습니다.
Bro?
아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Suck it, babe. Suck it.
Cypher 50.
시야를 훔치겠어.
깡이나?
Nice try.
Holy shit.
점을 공략해.
I'll play B.
하나만 떨어져. 무너질 것이다.
함께야.
Going mid.
And
too.
잘 안 보일 거야.
This way, this way.
가서 처치해.
No.
Holy shit.
Go back, go back.
중앙에서 적 발견.
I will.
자, 간다.
Careful mid.
That first pillar? They're going in, they're going in.
비지적 적 발견.
스파이크 설치. 아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
같으니.
My bad.
Come on, let's go, guys. Menako.
준비 챙기고.
Yeah, yeah.
조심해.
Yeah.
이제 시작이야.
It's so fucking real. I cannot buy ghosts. I cannot buy ghosts.
You might wanna just start using shotguns. We should first pick up stage.
Okay.
Let's go.
Nice one.
Upper dead.
I'm gonna wall.
장막 생성. 하다.
And.
My bad, my bad.
스파이크가 A 지점에 떨어졌습니다.
눈을 가려줘.
Oh, one side, one side.
A 지점 적 발견.
Oh! Elbow.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Nice, man.
Nice.
나만 믿어. 그냥 믿으면 돼.
Alright, that's 6-6.
Can you buy me like
이거
bulldog?
사줄 사람?
Alright,
고마워.
Thank you.
제대로 놀아보자고.
I can revive.
저리 비켜.
Can someone play here? Someone play here.
벽을 세웠어.
Okay, I play there.
더 잘 숨었어요. 시작이다.
How are you in this?
Dustin.
Where's that? Okay, rest. Can you rest?
Of course.
네 임무는 끝나지 않았어.
Low Cypher, I think him
I'm
head.
gonna go A, I'm gonna go A.
114. Cypher, 114.
시야를 훔치겠어.
No way. Okay, I feel my bad.
아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
네 위치는 파악됐다.
스파이크가 설치되었습니다. 적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Lima.
공수 교대전 최종 라운드.
여기야. 가진 거 다 써버려.
어차피 마지막이야.
What the fuck?
Ah,
I don't know, man. I killed 2.
Yeah, I threw. My
Yeah.
bad.
여기야.
Be patient. Be fucking patient. Okay? 하지마.
장막이 생성됐어. 폭탄 로봇 출동.
적 발견.
치유해줄게.
스파이크를 설치.
One behind yours. Here's one.
아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Nice try.
죽어라. 공수 교대.
팀플레이가 최선이겠네.
제발 나 자다고 싶어. 네? 아, my god. I forgot this fight. 내가 왜 이렇게 못하냐?
Rush, just rush the.
Okay.
One is SWAT.
Someone should be
이쪽이야.
in here.
I'm flashing side. Just
끌려다니지
check
말자고.
corners.
알았지?
On the other side.
그림자가 간다. 그림자가 간다.
여기야.
Flashing.
Wow, holy.
스파이크가 A점에
오케이.
떨어졌습니다. 아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Oh. Cypher. 8.
애써 침착한 척은 심장이
재장전 중. 재장전 중.
You guys wanna play mid?
Play for picks. Save for a gun and then.
재장전 중.
어맨 마음껏 사냥해.
대지점 발견. 재장전 중.
Mid.
자,
Go to
간다.
mid, guys.
재장전 중.
One there.
I help.
Two here.
I'm out.
Gonna go.
One
Gonna go
here,
A.
one here.
재장전 중.
Next one. Can you flash?
No flash.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Nice go.
I'm watching heaven.
Play safe
watching
too.
flank.
Yeah, I'm gonna play safe.
스파이크
No,
설치.
you have peak sage.
충전이 필요해.
I got flank.
Yeah, play safe. Omen is top.
벽을 세웠어.
Nice one.
Good eco,
I can
guys!
throw you a gun. I can
Nice
throw you a
one.
gun.
Nice one. Thank you for the gun.
어? 뭐라고? 미안. 아직도 귀가 먹먹해서.
Alright, we got this. Stick with them at eco.
We must destroy the trap wire first and we rush.
We should enter. You can destroy his trap.
Yeah.
We should.
We can play heaven. We can play
Yeah,
heaven.
okay. We play the left side.
이쪽이야. 가자.
Oh, heaven?
Yeah.
Sure.
잘 안 보일 거다. 가슴 잡아. 시야를 훔쳐줘.
What happened to all heaven?
Go heaven. Heal yourself, heal yourself.
You can go.
동반자가 처치됐습니다.
Oh, 80!
적군이 한 명
Nice!
남았습니다.
I'm
No
done.
info, no info.
스파이크가 A 지점에 떨어졌습니다.
잘막 생성.
I got no idea
스파이크를
where that
확보했다.
went. Heaven, heaven.
Nice one, nice one.
멀쩡해.
Nice one.
Holy shit.
쟤네 춤추고 싶대? 내가
I
리드.
can buy for you. Jet.
여기야.
Buy. I'll see. Jet request. I can buy for you.
좀 나눠.
야. No? Okay. Sky should be
여기야.
here. Flashing, careful.
I can
가서
flash.
처치. 눈을 가려서 잘안 보일 거야. 장막이 생성됐어. 뒤에서
can
적
hold this
발견.
Sky is low, I think.
치유해줄게.
I'm watching Plank.
Do you have this, Sage?
Oh, what? I heal Omen. My bad.
Ah, okay. It's
설치
fine,
완료.
fine.
재장전 중.
Oh, off.
Stay safe.
Just side, play safe. Upper, upper.
Yeah.
적군이 한 명
Nice
남았습니다.
one.
Nice.
Right here, pillar.
No idea.
Don't
Backside.
throw.
Nice one.
Nice.
Nice
Yeah.
one. My bad.
Got it.
I just want to heal the vase, but
길을 돌아서.
accidentally just heal the Omen.
Sage, can you drop to the...
Yeah, I can drop. Come.
How about... Bro, how about I hit that? Never mind.
스파이크 발견.
They're broken, they're shotgun.
You have no initiative, they might just take on me. You have Bombot though.
Yeah.
저리 비켜.
Nice one.
I just have nothing.
비지점 적 발견.
스파이크가 B 지점에 떨어졌습니다.
스파이크 확보.
I got Plank.
산 시작이다.
Plank dead.
You can go to A maybe.
아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Holy shit.
네 위치는 파악됐다.
What the fuck? You got the shit.
그림자 수만.
Nice try.
He's fast, man. He's fast.
Yeah, he's faster than my ping, man. My game lags when you died, man.
절약왕
I know, I did faster. They have up.
They
우리
got-
함께 저들의 죄를 심판할 차례야.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, bro, he didn't even literally see me and then he kills me headshot. Now what the fuck, man? They're actually menaces. Actual rank demons.
좀 나눠줄 사람 고마워.
Play for picks? Or
We
what?
can go mid because
Yeah,
they don't have
Canada.
plates maybe.
They perfect.
Okay.
그림자 소환.
One vent.
그림자가 간다.
땀으로.
Nice one. You got the bomb, Sage.
Okay.
He's blinded, he's blinded.
Trap fire, bro.
재장전 중. A에서 적 발견. 바다. 시야 차단.
Oh, heaven.
A 지점 적 발견.
Cover.
This guy.
네 임무는 끝나지 않았어. 마음에 드네.
That's what.
Side
Oh,
and
One side.
One was tower. Probably CT right now.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Go side, help me, help me.
30초 남았습니다.
예.
스파이크 설치.
I think I got
벽을 세웠어.
Heaven.
Nice one.
what?
Can you take OP? Nice one.
Nice.
누구 구목 있는 사람. 손가락이 삐끗한 것 같은데.
돈이 필요하네.
여러 개를 말이야.
I can buy for you. Request.
What? For me? I'm gonna use my ult.
Okay.
돈이 필요해.
That's good.
고마워. 전진. 똑똑해봐라.
Wait. Can you smoke first, Omen? Go back.
There's 3 there.
Nice one.
We can go in.
Shit.
I'm out.
Nice one.
치유해줄게.
Cypher in A, Cypher. Oh, nice one.
I got Cypher.
Nice one.
I can go in.
폭탄 받아라.
Pick up your side. Maybe you'll go.
He's rolling.
스파이크 설치 완료.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Nice one.
Nice.
Nice guys. Nice one.
We got this.
내 힘은 무한해.
You don't
걱정
have
말고
money.
얼마든지 내게
Yeah.
기대.
Request to me. I have a lot of money.
Yeah, pick them up. They keep
Omen,
peeking. We
you
can just
can
pick
give me the
pick
spike
them up.
so you can flank off.
Don't play mid. The side is very hard to dash to me.
시작인가?
I can smoke.
그림자 소환.
Nice one.
Flash.
시야를
비지점 적
Go.
발견. 대상전
I'm blinded. Nice one.
벽을 세웠어. 하트를 열어볼까?
Care vents. Oh, finish.
스파이크 설치.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
치유해줄게.
This one.
Jet, what the fuck?
What is that reaction, dude?
Bro, Jet, I saw that, man. I saw that.
모두 박살내자고.
Yeah, man, just forget that. I know.
Can you just play for a quick second?
Wait. I get the spike.
They always pick.
Gila, Asen ini doing fuck.
이쪽이야. 가서 잡아.
그림자가 간다. 그림자 소환.
재상전 중.
Clear side.
A에서
One
적
elbow.
발견.
Cypher elbow.
여기야.
Oh, ramps. Elbow.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
B player. I heard him flash on garage.
스파이크 설치 완료.
Don't troll.
I think he's flanked.
Yeah, probably. Pixel pick siege. Pixel pick. I got me.
I can heal you, Jet. Wait.
충전이 필요해.
Just waiting for an exit.
간다. 재상전
We're gonna try to retrieve this off.
Maybe they got the exit kill. Jet, come.
Told you, you're dead.
Nah, my minimap's broken. Broken game.
You guys wanna request? I have 9k.
Yeah, I have money too.
Just click perfect again. There, baka.
폭탄 로봇 출동.
Okay, try guys. Okay, guys.
That's a 4 TP.
산 시작이다. 대상 전투.
More vents.
더잘
They're holding flank. This is a fucking hassle.
They can be here.
이쪽이야.
아군이 한 명
Fucking
남았습니다.
hassle, bro.
무결점 플레이.
Oh my god.
I think we can go mid. One vents and two heaven. Yeah, two Sky and Jet.
They have rock, careful.
좀 버려줄
We
사람.
can win this.
고마워.
We have money for next round too. We can win this.
Okay.
그림자가 간다.
Heaven.
그림자가 간다.
재장전 중.
Boost me.
장막이 생성됐어.
You can rotate.
Okay.
Wait, I
이
revive.
임무는 끝나지 않았어. 재장전 중. 저리 비켜.
My bad.
스파이크가 B 지점에 떨어졌습니다.
스파이크를 보고했다.
Come on. Fuck. One flank.
스파이크가 A 지점에 떨어졌습니다. 30초 남았습니다.
스파이크 확보.
Holy shit, that was so close.
One heaven.
적 발견. 아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Push him. Fight him in screen.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
You got this. He dropped. Shit, man, my bad.
Yeah.
Just rush them. Rush them.
매치 포인트.
서로에게 든든한 힘이 되어주자.
그림자 소환.
Side was close. Okay, shotgun.
눈을 가려주지. 시야를 훔치겠어.
Can you smoke? Heaven.
시작 적 발견.
스파이크가 A 지점에 떨어졌습니다. 아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
100. No info 100.
Ayo. Kalah.
Kan aku pakai. Bos. Demi Alex. Alex dulu.
(30초) 남았습니다.
No, my
Nice
bad.
try.
수비팀 승리.
Not about my. That's my. Okay. Ada ya. Itu apa? Kartu kredit.
Oke. Tadi sepi. Pak. I swear man. Hit man. Oh my god, bro.
Bentar ya guys, bentar ya guys.
Sucks. I bukan nggak mau, nggak bisa.
Hey everyone, and welcome.
Kok tahu kayak welcome please. Man. Thank you Rio. Dude. Kamu yang fail, Bang. Rio, Rio, Rio. Ở đây không? Aku sekarang lost tuh. Tuh. Bye. Bye. Oh fuck this shit, man. Rio, Rio. Apa? Apa? Udah dong, tungguin bau. Udah dong, tungguin bau. Aku aja jujur gak denger apa tapi yo. Gak tau tapi yo. What? What? Fuck you want, bro? Kasama lu tong. Apa tong? Tuh tong. Ori, ori, ori. Okay. What the fuck? I'm dead. Okay, I'm dead. Okay, I'm dead. What the fuck though? Fuck you. Son of a. What? Hey. I like this. What, bro? I don't know what. How the fuck is that, bro? What the fuck, man? Son of a bitch. It is a bitch, man. Oh, man. Fucking. Oh, man. Who you friend? This game is dogs, man. Man, what the fuck? Parah ini. No, 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 no. Lu, kok ngegas? God, man. Stop.
Oh my god, man. Kenapa ya? There is no nice try, man. So bad.
There's nowhere to run out of darkness. Out of darkness. There's nowhere to run. Over. Out of darkness. Out of darkness. Out of
Atau ya. Level the mind.
Hello everyone and welcome to Skill Caps. I'm Notorious Dub and today I'm going to be going over some of my most asked questions of what you should be doing on defense. So to answer that question, I've went through tons of pro gameplay and the games from the recent Twitch Rivals event to cover everything from the most common standard ways of playing defense on each map, when and how to rotate, what parts of the map you should be contesting, and more. Now first things first, we have to talk about split. And with the new changes to mid, we're seeing even more of an emphasis on mid control and teams rotating very quickly because of the small map size. Before we get into the details, let's take a look at the basic setup that Hiko's team is using here. We have a standard setup that most people are running on split, with one person playing B site, receiving support from his teammate playing mid or heaven if needed, then a duelist playing rope room / mid to stop aggression and look for mid control. Then we have one person playing hard site control on A, and then one person, being Hiko here, playing a fast rotator and support role by heaven or A ramps. Now the reason this round is so masterful by Hiko is because he does what he does best. He reads the map perfectly. We see Hiko sit in heaven looking at the minimap for the first large portion of this round, which emphasizes just how important the minimap should be to you on defender side, because no battle plan survives contact with the enemy. So even if your team is set up perfectly, being adaptable is key. Now Hiko's entire job here is to rotate to the most effective place for him to be, and looking back at the minimap, his Jet rotated to cover A, and his Reyna is pushing aggressively, leaving B and mid wide open. This prompts Hiko to fill in the gap for his team, and developing this skill is easily going to win you rounds because this is the type of game sense that makes the enemy team say, "Why is he even there?" in frustration. It's also important to notice that Hiko is making sure to control heaven no matter where he goes, because heaven is easily the most dominant position on this map, and the person who controls heaven controls the round. The fact that Hiko is able to control heaven so effectively allows him to force the enemies into 3 bad 1v1s and allows him to clutch the round. So the most important things to take away from split defending is to control heaven if at all possible, rotate quickly because it's a small map that you can manipulate, and read that mini-map because you have to make those split second decisions on this small congested map to win those difficult rounds. Alright, next up we have TenZ playing the most important position on Ascent, mid control. Now this is a very standard setup, and it's honestly the one that we're seeing from almost all top tier teams at the moment, is this 2-2-1 setup on Ascent, which allows the Cypher and the Sage to lock down the 2 different bomb sites because they're so effective at shutting down a funnel, and their 2 supports are playing for mid control as well. We have Reyna and Jet looking for hard control of mid, while the Sova plays a support position to gather information as well. Now mid control in Ascent is so vital because it allows the attackers so many more options for attacking sites. And without mid control, the attackers are forced into very harsh funnels into either site with seemingly endless angles to check if they're actually going to take that site successfully. So with good aim, arches on mid is a vital area to control from. Now here we see the person catwalk taking most of the early engagement with the operator, and when they aren't expecting the peeks from arches, TenZ takes advantage of the most valuable tool he has as a defender, unpredictability. Because peeking the same angle the same way every round is an easy way to lose your aim battle and lose those rounds. Now we see TenZ and his teammate routinely swap their roles, allowing the person catwalk to play aggressive or arches to play aggressive, keeping the enemies off guard when going for mid control. Now because of this, TenZ gets a couple of crucial picks for the round because the enemy is forcing mid control way too heavily. And because of the over aggression, TenZ catches the enemy off guard and hits his shots. From there, the round is pretty easy to clean up. But another really cool thing to notice is that once TenZ gets those 2 picks, he smokes off the 2 entry points to allow him and his teammates to push up into mid for that extra control, and to reposition from the angles that the enemy expects them to be in. So keep in mind, when playing for a crucial point of the map that is routinely contested like mid on Ascent, make sure to swap up your peeks, coordinate with your teammates, and don't be afraid to take those aggressive peeks, because a pick as a defender can immediately win you an easy round. Also, another really cool strategy for Ascent revolves around Sova. Pro teams are routinely going for Sova on Ascent so much more than other maps because nearly every wall can be shot through. And with the amount of visibility that Sova can get through walls with his recon dart and recon drone, allows teams to get easy picks like the ones that I'm showing now to give the defenders huge advantage on pushing enemies. So if you happen to be a Sova player, Ascent just might be your time to shine. Next up, we have defense on Bind coming from Team Mix. Easy picks like the ones that I'm showing now to give the defenders huge advantage on pushing enemies. So if you happen to be a Sova player, Ascent just might be your time to shine. Next up, we have defense on Bind coming from Team Mixwell. This is the team that won their division of Twitch Rivals on EU. In this round, we see Team Mixwell doing the standard setup of 3A, 2B. And the reason this works so well is that they have both of their hard sight controllers in Sage and Cypher playing on B, making it very difficult for the enemy team to push even though it's a two-man sight hold, allowing them to stack A site with 3 people, relying on their Viper one-way and dueling ability. We see something so important here, where Brimstone throws out his molly and Viper pops her one-way to delay the enemy team from getting on site, allowing his rotating Cypher to actually get on site before they do. This is something that separates the great teams from the good teams, which is delaying the push and rotating fast and effectively. The reason this is such a safe play is that their Sage took the information that the enemy was prepping to push A and pushed aggressively. This makes sure that even if the enemy decided to rotate away expecting that stack, they would run into an unknown enemy. This is such a textbook round because once they rotated so fast and effectively, the attackers were trapped into that bad position and they were forced to try to fight their way out of it, and we see the round go bad extremely fast. As a defender, we all need to realize that it's not up to us to make an incredible play. It's up to the attackers to make a play on you. So delay that push as long as possible to allow your team to get into effective spots and hold your ground. Because once your team gets in a position to support each other like this, the round becomes near impossible for the attackers. Alright, next up we have another clip from Team Mixwell, and they're playing Haven on defense, Valorant. And the rush setup would be 1 person A peeking long aggressively for information, 2 people B looking for mid control and fast rotation due to callouts, 1 person garage to stop the rush, and 1 person C to stop the push from long. But this EU super team has a different strategy in mind, and we're seeing people follow suit. Now instead, they opt for a very aggressive double peeks on both A and C, leaving B wide open because it's the easiest one to retake. Now once they notice that no one peeks on C or A, and the only other option for the enemies is to be working B. Because like we said earlier, it's up to the attackers to make the play. So the lack of information that you get means that they have to be giving information to someone else. With aggressive defenses like this, you have to rotate fast.
Hey everyone, it's Dr. Zoro. In plays that they aren't used to, their performance crumbles. Now before we delve into finding your playstyle, we need to first identify what different roles are available to you in Valorant. We're going to go over 5 roles in this guide, which are entry fragger, support player, operator, initiator, and in-game leader. By the end of this guide, you'll have learned about all these different styles so you can identify which role fits you best. You can then practice playing this specific role to enhance your play and dominate your enemies. Alright, enough with the hype, let's jump right into the video. The first role that we're going to go over is the entry fragger. This role involves a player that really enjoys being self-sufficient and aggressive. They like to put pressure on enemies and try to grab picks for their team to open up the map on attack and defense. The best agents to fulfill this role are the duelists, including Jett, Phoenix, Raze, and Reyna. These agents all have abilities that allow them to gain an upper hand on individual fights without much assistance from the team. The entry fragger usually is a player who's confident in their aim and ability to take engagements, as well as a player that is selfless and willing to take risks and plays for the betterment of the team. For example, on attack, you'll usually want to be the first. Hey everyone, it's Dr. Zoro here, and welcome to mouse grips are a topic that is not discussed as much as they should be, and having the right grip can be crucial to maximizing your aim and therefore getting more kills in Valorant. By the end of this guide, you'll have learned the most common mouse grips available.
Hey everyone, and welcome. In this guide, you will learn how to improve the fundamental skill behind pretty much being better at keeping your crosshair in the right crosshair placement, as well as some pro tips and tricks for suffer from bad crosshair placement. Simply put, crosshair placement is just the location, both vertically and horizontally, to shoot sweet spot between holding an angle to practice with. One alternative is using cipher traps, setting them up at head height at common angles for developing muscle memory. Another option is just playing deathmatch to try and get more and more repetition on each map. The downside to deathmatch for the Hey everyone and welcome. Today's video is all about angles. Player A's distance from the amplifies the volume in situations where you need to get a kill or there just aren't as many opponents alive, so the chances of a trade are lower. Higher level players will more commonly commit to a wide angle to ensure they get the kill. For lower level players, wider angles are more common. These tight angles. As mentioned earlier, they give you more protection when using an operator, and they also guarantee you can get some information and get out, allowing you to solidify.
Hey everyone and welcome to another and pre-aiming where your enemy will be once you peek. To start, you should always be tracing corners instead of pre-aiming. This way you're knowing different ways to peak angles in certain situations is great, but if you don't understand this next concept, you will not be able to get a positive KDA in your matches. The concept that we're talking about is angle advantage. In this example, we are going to crosshair horizontally. When then crouching, you force them to then readjust vertically, making you difficult to hit. And lastly, when wide swinging an opponent, it's extremely important that you walk up to the wall so that you don't make any noise before you wide swing. You don't want the enemy to hear your footsteps until you're already in their line of sight. This is the key to the wide swing success and catching the opponent off guard. Just always remember that when you decide to wide swing, you are fully committing to the fight, so you want to use it sparingly. Now, whether you want to gain information, waste the opposing team's utility, or just bait out op shots, this next technique will greatly increase your chance of survival. I'm talking about shoulder peeking. Shoulder peeking is a method of peeking where you just allow a sliver of your shoulder to be shown. The main goal of this is to bait out that op.
Delving in at the end of the video to teach you guys how to actually win a deathmatch game so you can see how different it is from what you should be doing to improve. Alright, so first things first, we have to start off with a strong foundation for improvement. So you have to be focusing on what you could be doing better. Now this is from the beginning of the game before it even starts, all the way through the game, and once the game is over, you should be establishing the weaknesses and strengths in your play and finding pieces of your game that you want to be improving on specifically. Now deathmatch is a very fast-paced game mode, and it's easy to get caught up in the pace and just play mindlessly or get tilted and stop trying to improve. But keep in mind, we're playing deathmatch to improve, not to win. So whenever you die, try to think about why you died, and what you should be doing better or differently to stop you from dying that way the next time. And I'm going to be going over the most common issues I've been seeing people have, but try not to chalk it up to just, I missed my shot. Try to go deeper and find something that you can fix now that would have made that kill easier to get. And learning how to do that is going to come with time, and it'll get easier and easier as you continue to do that. But one thing you can start implementing now is to start the game off with one specific thing that you want to focus on to improve. And that brings us to focusing on creating good habits, because in most cases, it's going to be the most useful.
Hey everyone. Use gunfights. All I'm trying to do is warm up my aim. So this isn't to practice a specific mechanic. This is for me to try and practice my aim. Just the fact that my eyes are sort of focusing on heads and then drawing my cursor to that head, and then shooting. That's what I'm trying to warm up right now. Okay, that was weird. So again, won't be going to...
Hello and welcome back to a brand new Skill Capped guide. I'm Carnage, and today we are going to go over every single peeking technique and teach you exactly how you can use them to your best effect. This usually applies to the player holding an angle rather than the player peeking, but this is crucial to know no matter which side you are on. The way angle advantage works is like this. One player is far away from a certain angle and the other is much closer. This interaction favors the player farther away because they're able to see the player that is close much sooner. This allows the further away player to have a massive advantage because the close player will have to react much quicker. While using any peeking technique taught in this video, be sure to remember angle advantage and think about how you have to scan the area and make sure it is clear better than just running out. The A and D movement keys in a way that simply jiggles your body across the angle. To pull this off most effectively, you need... Now, I know I said I had some of the secrets to jiggle peeking, and that is what I want to talk about next. This secret technique utilizes in-air momentum gained by jumping to peek for information. I know I just said a lot of big words, so let me explain. This jiggle peeking secret is commonly referred to as bunny hop jiggle peeking. This peek is performed by jumping towards the angle you plan on peeking as soon as you peek. Spin your character model around and move back to safety. If done correctly, you will only peek out for a split second, but you will be able to. The reason this is such a terrible method to peek is because of your movement speed. Peek that is basically unusable in Valorant, and that is the crouch peek. Crouch peeking is pretty self-explanatory. You simply crouch around the corner you're peeking. To some players, this may seem like a good idea. When you peek, you'll be more accurate, right? Well, this actually puts you at a massive disadvantage, believe it or not. The reason this is such a jumping crouch peek is the same disadvantage as crouch peeking, but it is much less noticeable. Instead of a 500 millisecond disadvantage, you will only be at around... Try to jiggle peek first instead of walk peek. But if you have multiple angles you need to peek in a short span of time, this might be a solid strategy. And our final peeking strategy, a shoulder peek. You could also use this technique to cross to another angle. For example, on bind if you want to cross a short, but a player is holding you with an op. All you going up against Vandal and Phantoms, just
Hey everyone, and press the D key at the... This is that you can peek an angle and gain information while putting yourself at a...
Hey everyone, and welcome. Advantage. Angle and peeker's advantage are both key concepts you can use to improve your play by giving yourself a better chance in your engages. By learning how these things work, as well as pro tips and strategies to maximize their effects, you can bring your game to the next level. Without further ado, let's talk about how to optimize your peeks and some pro tips for helping you win more duels. Getting into peeker's advantage, our first topic. There's a reason it's important to understand the way the game is built on a technical level to maximize how you take advantage of the game's innate mechanics. Anytime you move in Valorant, what you do and where you are is sent to the server. When you peek another player, your location is sent from the server to your opponent 128 times per second in Valorant, as Riot's using those 128 tick dedicated servers. However, the time it takes for this information to reach your opponent's game is dependent on their ping. And since their ping is never going to be 0, there will almost always be a slight delay on how fast they can see you. Now, Riot's claim on the release of Valorant was that they were eliminating peeker's advantage entirely. But when you see their fix, as they detailed in a PC Gamer interview from March, you can see how there are some issues. Riot placed routers at internet traffic hubs around the world to give a prioritization to their information, aiming to cut down the time data takes to reach the computer of someone getting peeked. Unfortunately, this is still not instantaneous, and peekers can still have an advantage of at least around 60 milliseconds. This might not sound like a lot, but when compared to the average human reaction time of 284, all this to say that although Riot have drastically reduced peekers' advantage relative to other shooting games, when you're playing aggressive, you do get more information faster than your opponent. So how can you use peekers' advantage for yourself? Well, as stated earlier, peekers' advantage benefits aggressive players because it gives them those extra milliseconds compared to the. Not only if you consider the advantage of the delay in information effective, it can be game changing, gives you more and peek you are getting peeked, use angle advantage. Angle and peekers' advantage will exist in nearly
Have you ever wondered what a Radiant player would tell you if they got the opportunity to coach you? Whether you're brand new to the game or you've been playing for a while, you might be surprised to hear that they might actually tell you the same things. Now, obviously, you're not going to tell somebody who's been playing the game for a year they need to learn what the abilities do, but they might tell that player they need to focus more on crosshair placement and their movement. Because the crazy thing is, a lot of players who've been playing the game for a very long time still struggle in a lot of these areas I'm going to tell you. And that's what I was told when I went and asked a couple Radiant players what the #1 thing players need to focus on when playing Valorant is. The most common answer overall was the mechanics in the game. The way this was best described to me was by content creator and ex-Radiant player Mopork. Basically, mechanics need to come first because, as he said, everything is derived from mechanics. You can't really effectively focus on anything else until you understand how the game functions and how to use those functions to your advantage. Until you learn how to aim properly, until you learn what abilities do, and until you learn how the maps are designed, every other part of this game can't really be improved until you learn these things. If you're a visual learner though, take a look at this image that he showed me. Notice how the pyramid is a perfect shape for this concept, and having mechanics at the very base of the pyramid paints the perfect picture, because the area on the top of the mechanics is always going to be smaller than the base. So if you have a less understanding or mastery of the mechanics in the game, your pyramid is going to be smaller at the base, meaning your expertise with all of these other things is going to be affected as well. Notice as the base shrinks, all other things on top do as well. Because if you're fighting against the mechanics in the game, it's going to affect your ability to make intelligent decisions throughout the game, and it's also going to affect your ability to know how to play around your teammates effectively as well. This is why it's most important for you to master the mechanics in the game before you even start worrying about all of these other things. I wouldn't worry about timings or rotations or comboing utility or really any of these things if you're new to the game. Just try to build up an understanding of crosshair placement, positioning, and how to use your abilities. But another thing that gets in the way of you playing the game to your full potential is your mental. Specifically, your ability to not get tilted or frustrated when playing the game, and if you're anything like me, when you first start out playing a game, maybe you don't get nearly as frustrated. Part of this, I believe, is attributed to the fact that you don't understand all of the mechanics in the game. It's really hard for me to get angry when I don't even understand how the game works. I have no investment in this game, everything is new, and you're just experimenting and figuring things out. But as you start to take the game more seriously and actually start looking to improve, it becomes a little bit more frustrating. This is when you start to experience a little bit of a pushback. You feel like you have an okay understanding of the game, but are finding it difficult to improve. This is when it's most crucial for you to keep your headspace clear and actually focus on the gameplay. I've heard this from multiple top tier players in a number of different games. The fastest way to lose a competitive match in any game is by losing your cool and getting angry. And it's going to happen to you eventually, I promise. There will be times when you start to catch yourself getting irritated. Maybe you've died to a judge for the 6th time in the game, or maybe your 11-year-old teammate is screaming at you for losing a 1v3, but there will be a time when you want to tear your hair out. And that's when you need to take a step back and tell yourself, we can win this game, and then have a quick mental reset. Take a look at this clip from top Radiant player Vetreon as he's ranting about his ranked experience.
Like I said, this elo is mental. It's 100%. Like, name one thing the enemy team has done that's blown your mind. Their holds, their anything. Name one thing my team's done that's blown your... Nothing. What happened, the reason we're losing right now. Phoenix lost his mental. Sage tilted him because Sage wouldn't shut the fuck up and stuff her ego down her fat little pants. Now Phoenix is already griefing, so it's a 4v5. Yoru doesn't want to play the team. I don't blame him because there's no team play to be had. I can't do anything for my team as a controller because even if I smoke, if I do anything, they're not going to hold. They're not going to do anything. It's just, it's 1v5. It's a free match for the enemy team.
You'll notice in this clip, Vetreon quite literally says that some players hit Immortal off of sheer attitude. They just aren't the players to scream at their teammates and get especially frustrated, and that's why they win games. It's not because they're the best players in the world. There are probably tons of players who are better than these guys, but they are better all around because they don't lose their mind every single match. One of the most frustrating things for me in comp is coming across players who have actually really solid mechanics, but just the worst mentals that you've ever seen, so they're stuck in low diamond. They're just players who have so much potential, but they aren't able to make anything of it because they'd rather get angry than actually try to improve. Anyway, that's a whole different rant. Basically, it's a video game. It's not worth getting angry for, and if you're genuinely wanting to improve the game, you need to acknowledge that improvement is bigger than just one match. You're going to lose sometimes, and that's okay. Just keep going. This is something many veteran players, including myself, struggle with a lot. Sometimes I just get in a mood where I decide I just don't want to have a good time and rage a little bit about everything. It's important to remember that's literally all mental, and you can control whether or not you get angry over things in the game. You just have to relax. I split this guide into two sections for you guys though. These first two tips were things I think all players, new and old, can improve upon. Mechanics are always something that needs improvement, and managing your tilt when playing is something that all players need to be aware of as well. But this next tip is something that holds back a lot of players so much once they've learned their mechanics, and that's learning to stop making hero plays. This one is sort of tough because I feel like a lot of players learn the mechanics of the game by limit testing. They go into a match and they look to get these crazy clips where they kill 3 to 4 players and then post them on Twitter and feel cool. The thing you'll be interested to hear though is Valorant at the top level is a game of trading. This means that when you get into an engagement, even if you kill an enemy, it's likely going to get traded out if the team is playing correctly. So if you go 1 for 1 many times, this can make it so your kill wasn't really impactful. So knowing this, what do we mean by hero plays? Well, oftentimes you'll encounter scenarios when you're getting pushed alone and you end up getting a pick. This can be awesome because you do end up getting a kill, but what many players will do here is rather than falling back to play with their team afterwards, they will try to push forward and grab more kills, resulting in them getting themselves killed. By doing this, they make the trade a 1 for 1 and effectively minimize the value that that kill had for their team. And unfortunately, that kill still adds to their scoreboard and boosts their ego, so they have that whole I got mine mentality. It's important to stop trying to be the hero in these matches. You don't need to push to grab 5 kills every single round. It's okay to grab a pick and regroup with your team, so you can be traded out for the next fight. At the end of the day, regardless of your role you're playing, your job isn't to kill everybody on the enemy team. As a duelist, your job is to help your team take space so that they can get the spike down. As a sentinel, your job is to help your team hold space and gather information more easily. As an initiator, your job is to assist your teammates in taking space and make it easier for them. And as a controller, your job is to deny the enemy team info and block off sightlines for your teammates. Notice how none of these jobs I mentioned require you grabbing kills. Now obviously kills are going to be had in the process, but it's nobody's specific job to grab kills, and as for any of the roles, if you do your actual job well enough, you're normally going to win your matches. I win games as controller all the time just because I'm really good at understanding how to deny the enemy team info and what sightlines need to be blocked off at what times. I'll end matches sometimes with a smaller KDA than my duelist, but I'm doing a very good job at enabling my teammates to get more kills, and that's worth a lot. You can carry games with utility if you know how to use it. Moving on to our last tip though, and it's actually going to be a bit more of a complex movement mechanic, but it's something that separates a lot of Radiant players from Immortal players, and it's better if you start training this skill early rather than trying to train it later. Basically, when playing Valorant, you've probably heard counter-strafing is an important mechanic to master in the game. There's lots of movement guides out there debating the actual application of counter-strafing in Valorant, many saying that it's not nearly as necessary as it is in Counter-Strike, many saying that it's absolutely necessary. The truth is, counter-strafing isn't necessary in regards that it makes you accurate faster because the difference is minimal in Valorant. In Counter-Strike, counter-strafing by hitting the A and D keys made your gun accurate more quickly than just waiting to come to a full stop. In Valorant, that's not really the case. However, counter-strafing is necessary for switching your movement direction and making yourself more difficult to hit. And not only that, but counter-strafing is pretty necessary for clearing angles. Because when you're pushing up to clear angles, you very rarely want to be holding the W key. Instead, what you want to be doing is using your mouse to move your character and strafing using the A and D keys to clear important angles, making it so you can more quickly come to a stop and land the shot on your enemies. Because if you're holding W, you're not only going to make yourself easier to hit, but it's also going to make it more difficult for you to stop, because you cannot counter-strafe as easily when traveling forward. Many players have a bad habit of holding W and D or W and A to travel at a diagonal when entering the site, but this is generally bad, and when you're swinging around corners, you want to instead be using the A and D key to clear the angle. This will give you the ability to swing from the angle more quickly and have better pre-aim to deal with enemies on the other side. This is very difficult, and it takes a lot of practice to get down, especially if you've already built up a bad habit, like myself, of holding W everywhere. So keep that in mind as you're practicing this, but this is up. And here's the kicker, for the people I messaged, most of them I didn't even tell them that these were tips for new players. And the reason I think that this is kind of funny is because despite me asking them what Valorant players need to work on the most, they are still telling me things like mechanics, agent knowledge, crosshair placement, and aim. These are some of the most basic mechanics in the game that many players in Platinum and up believe that they have mastered. But the truth is, if you've mastered these things, you probably would be high immortal at minimum. We've all got a long way to go with improving, but try to focus on your basics and it'll go a long way. Anyway, I hope this was helpful for you guys to get some, because despite me asking them what Valorant players need to work on the most, they are still telling me things like mechanics, agent knowledge, crosshair placement, and aim. These are some of the most basic mechanics in the game that many players in Platinum and up believe that they have mastered. But the truth is, if you've mastered these things, you probably would be high immortal at minimum. We've all got a long way to go with improving, but try to focus on your basics and it'll go a long way. Anyway, I hope this was helpful for you guys to get some insight on what the top 0.1% of players thinks is the most important thing for you to focus on. It might be boring, but quite literally the most important thing for players to work on right now, it seems to be, is mechanics. It includes crosshair placement, movement, agent knowledge, comboing utility, positioning, gun control, basically all of the above. The reason so many players struggle with these things though is because they're hard to master. They take a very long time and most players want to move on to something more interesting rather than actually spending time focusing on what they're doing wrong. And as always, my name is King and we here at Skillcapped want to thank you all for watching.
Hello everyone and welcome to Skillcapped and most difficult. Now to do this I'm going to be going over everything from how quickly you should be playing in different scenarios, understanding how many enemies are alive and how that's going to affect the angles they're playing, isolating sections of the site, and playing together to take control of critical areas, and finally we'll be looking at some pro footage to see what else we can learn from seeing the best players in the world take back control of a bomb site. Alright, now let's talk about the speed you should be playing each round. And the most common mistake I see players making, even up to Immortal, is that players like to walk to the bomb site so the enemies don't know where to expect you to retake the site from. Now in theory this sounds great, but in reality there are only a few scenarios where walking to the site is actually the correct play. Now if you're the flanker who managed to get behind the enemies from another route, then you can slow walk to your position to try to pick up some free kills from the back whenever the enemies are taking over the site. But you do have to keep in mind if the enemy team has a Cypher or a Killjoy and you can't get past their utility without alerting them, then you've just slow walked and wasted a large portion of the round for nothing. Now another time it's okay to walk is if the majority of your team has already died and the bomb is already planted. And in this scenario it's you and maybe one or two more teammates and you're approaching the site looking for the retake together and the enemies are already set up in their post-plan positions. Now at this point there's nothing the enemy team has to set up anymore, so you're not really in a time crunch, and the more time you take, the more likely they are to get antsy and start peeking for kills. So this slow walking is super useful for keeping the element of surprise, giving the enemy time to make mistakes, and letting them start to question themselves and start watching the flanks and off angles that you could only come from after a long period of time. Now more importantly than when to slow walk is when not to slow walk. And this is one thing that I see lose multiple rounds on defender side each and every game. Now there are so many rounds I see where your teammate is fighting for control of the site alone, or maybe with one more teammate. Now in this situation it doesn't matter how much noise you make, being there to fight with your teammates is the most important thing in the round, because that puts pressure on the enemies to be coordinated, and pull off a very risky site take, and what you want to do ultimately is put your opponents in a position to make mistakes, because that's easily one of the best ways to win rounds. And the other most common time when you should not be walking is before the bomb is planted. Now there are two different sections when it comes to taking a site as an attacker. The initial site take, where they're clearing the site and checking corners and getting the bomb down. And then there's the post plant, where they're setting up their utility and running to their post plant positions that they want to hold from. Now in a perfect world scenario when you're retaking, you want to catch the enemies off guard when they're trying to set up in their post plant positions and they're trying to get the bomb down. This is like when the Phoenix is trying to get to an aggressive angle to hold his flash, the Killjoy is setting up her utility, and things like that. But with your team slow walking to the site, it stops you from catching the enemies off guard. And instead, you have to take the fight where the Phoenix is already in position waiting to flash, and everyone is in their preferred positions to hold from. When instead, you could have just made all of the noise that you wanted and got there before the enemies got set up. Because honestly, if you're coming from anywhere that a common retake spot is going to come from, like anywhere on the CT side of the map, then whenever the enemies get set up, they're going to be watching that area that you're going to be coming from anyway. So it's best to just get there quickly and get out onto the site and start your retake before the enemies get ready. Alright, so next let's talk about how many enemies are alive, because knowing that and understanding the different angles of the site lets you be able to predict pretty accurately where the enemies are actually going to be playing. Now this can get complicated, but usually it's very simple. The easiest areas to reach are going to be the most common ones played. And the more enemies are alive, the more they're going to spread out from those areas because no one wants to be cramped 5 men into one position. Now, the easiest way to explain this is going to be looking at an in-game example. So let's take a look at Split. So B-side on Split, there are 2 main ways to enter the site. Through Garage or B-main, or to come through B-heaven. Now let's think about B-main. If the enemies have 2 people alive and they came through B-main, you can almost guarantee if you got there as or shortly after the bomb was planted, that both players are going to be playing either backside or behind the pillar. This is because one person has to plant and the other has to watch the planner to make sure nothing goes wrong and he doesn't get peeked while he's planning, because if the planner dies, then the round gets a lot more complicated. And from there, pushing for an aggressive angle after the bomb goes down is usually pretty risky because you don't know when the enemies are actually going to be coming. But if the attackers take the site through B-main and have 4 to 5 people alive, you can almost guarantee that they're either already or going to try and take control of CT or Hell, because 4 to 5 people cramped back site and pillar is a recipe for disaster for any team because a utility dump kills or damages multiple people. And if they aren't fighting for control of those areas, one person is definitely going to be lurking and trying to come up to B-heaven, because someone on the team has to be playing an uncommon angle. So the more people are alive, expect the unexpected. And this is applicable to every bomb site on every map. So like C site on Haven. The last thing the enemies clear whenever they're pushing the site is the back of site near the metal platform. Now if your team shows up and starts the retake as or right after the bomb is planted, you can almost guarantee that someone is going to be playing back there because someone has to go deep to actually clear that area, and if you don't give them time to reposition, then they have to be there, right? And this goes for every bomb site on every map, so the best way to learn this skill is as you're rotating to the site that the enemies are taking, take a look at how many people are still alive, and make a guess where you think each. If you don't have smokes available, most utility will actually work. Hello everyone, and the attacking team has a huge advantage because the defenders have to regain control of that bomb site by coming through very obvious funnels into the site, which means the 3 things we're going to be focusing on for improvement are playing contact with your teammates, understanding abilities and ability usages post-plant, and taking control of critical spots on the site, where I'll be going over every bomb site on every map and telling you the most important positions to take control of. And finally, we'll look at some footage of pros holding bomb sites to see what we can learn from that. Alright, now let's talk about playing contact with your teammates. First things first, when you're playing a post-plant scenario, no one on your team should be peeking if you have the man advantage, because there's no reason to give the opponents a 1v1 when you can force them onto the site and make them peek multiple of you at the same time. This is because as a defender trying to retake the site, they should be looking for a pick before they enter the bomb site. That way they can attempt to level out the odds before they commit to a retake. But as the attacking team, if you're at a man disadvantage, that's when you should be grouping up together and looking to isolate an enemy as they try to come onto site by peeking and double, but it's not always easy. The basic goal is to set yourself up in a position where you have a crossfire with your teammate, meaning you can shoot at the same enemy he's going to be shooting at, but from a different angle. And if he gets peeked by an enemy, you're in a spot where you can then peek and see that enemy as well and fire and try to save him from that battle. So the long and short of it is this: you should be in a position to fight with your teammate no matter what fight he ends up in. And there are probably infinite ways to make this work, but the 2 easiest ways to do this and set this up are to play opposite sides of the site as your teammate. Like if they are playing A main on Ascent, then you can play under Heaven. Or if they're playing U-Haul on Bind, then you can play on Bench. And both of these angles together give crossfires and the opportunity to fight together almost no matter what happens, unless the other person just decides to be aggro, peek, and die before you can actually swing and help them out. And the other way to make this work is to play right beside your teammate. Now it's not optimal because you're both playing the same angle, but it does make it much easier to play off of each other because you are so close. And it is still a very good strategy that we see pros do in post-plant situations all the time, because when in doubt, just play together. Alright, now let's talk about ability usage. If you're playing Viper or Brimstone, you should know a couple of lineups on each map so you can play to stop the defuse by throwing your molly on top of the bomb if the round starts to get a little weird. And I'm also going to talk about critical points to hold from later, so whenever you can't get control of one of these critical points that the enemy can come through, you want to keep it smoked as much as possible throughout the time that you're trying to hold the site. This is something like Heaven on A side Haven, or CT on C side Haven. You want to keep these areas smoked as long as possible while you're holding the site, because they give the enemy too many opportunities to snag a pick before they actually commit to that retake. But aside from that, you should be looking at what your team has available in terms of ability usage so you can tailor it to this round specifically. And you can actually press left alt on your keyboard to see what abilities your teammates actually have up. So if you or your Phoenix still has a flash available, you should be using them or telling them to use them whenever the enemy does something specific, like whenever the enemy drops off of balcony on B site split. As soon as you hear that sound cue, you should Phoenix, Breach, or Omen flash and swing with as many people as you have there to pick up those kills and make this retake much more difficult for the defenders. And when it comes to abilities, communication is going to be your best friend, because I see so many easy rounds get lost just because the teammates aren't on the same page. This is something like if you're playing Brimstone or Viper with lineups and you're playing off of those lineups, or you're playing Killjoy with your utility in place. Just tell your Phoenix or Brimstone or whoever who's playing Sight to molly the bomb before they die. Or vice versa with any agent with area denial, because Viper has 16 seconds of plant denial. So even if it gets turned into a 1 against 5, that little extra time from the Phoenix molly can turn it into a guaranteed win for the Viper if she gets her abilities off, because she can lock down the defuse for so long. So all in all, communicate with your teammates, or at least tell them what you are going to be doing so they know what to expect, or what not to expect so they can swing or play off of you, or not play off of you if you're just going to play for your lineups. Alright, now that that's out of the way, where should you actually be playing, and what are the critical points of each map? Well, when I say critical points of a bomb site, it's generally going to be areas that are extremely powerful to hold the bomb site from, because it gives you great angles, crossfire potential, access to the bomb, or just takes a very strong position away from defenders that are trying to retake. Think of somewhere like U-Haul on Bind. So U-Haul on Bind is a nightmare for the attacking team trying to hold the bomb site, because it gives the defenders trying to retake access to a crossfire on short, as well as a ton of protection to isolate angles from, like bench, cubby, and short. So in this situation, while U-Haul isn't going to provide a ton of value to the attackers, because peeking out of the back of U-Haul as an attacker is usually going to be suicide unless you hit a nice shot, it's best to just take away the best position that the defenders can possibly have. Because without U-Haul peeks as a possibility, the defenders have to peek all of the angles that the attackers can hold from the most predictable spot possible, directly on site. So now that we know what they are, let's go and talk about the critical spots of each map, starting with Split. So for A side on Split, you have screens and you have ramp. Both of these are insane spots to keep control of when holding down A site, but screens is going to be way more important because it directly cuts off the rotation from CT spawn, stops the enemy from getting to elbow for the peek onto your teammates, and gives you a great crossfire on anyone dropping out of heaven or approaching the site from that long walkway from ramps to site. And ramps is also going to be a great spot, but it's less effective than screens because it only really gives a crossfire on anyone dropping out of heaven. It gives you a 1v1 on the screens person, but the angles aren't great, and it's a very long walk before you actually get to peek site and help if someone manages to get to elbow and peek through onto the site. And while heaven would be a great spot to hold if you could manage to hold it, it would take a hero play to actually be able to hold, and you should only really go for it if the opportunity arises and your team has a man advantage. But even then, it would be better to just double up screens with your teammate. Now on B-side split, there really aren't great spots to hold from, but having someone sneak into CT to hold is going to do wonders for spreading the team out, stopping one of the entrances to site, and giving a crossfire for anyone dropping off of balcony whenever you want to swing off of that. And then having someone take control of hell, right below heaven, while it's a little more risky, it's going to do roughly the same thing, giving the crossfire on CT and stopping the drop out of heaven. And the biggest thing you want to do on B site is if you have more than 3 people still alive, is to spread out and create crossfires, because getting trapped in the back of site or B main makes it a bit too easy to push you out and utility dump you for free kills as the other team. Now let's move on to Haven, starting with A site. You almost always want someone posted in hell and one person in the cubby on the far left of the site near the CT entrance. Now both of these spots are safe from almost all angles and give you perfect crossfire onto the CT entrance. Now, if you have a Jet, Omen, or a Raze and you can manage to take control of Heaven, then that's a great play, but keeping someone long to watch the flank and keeping Heaven smoked off with crossfires on CT is usually going to be enough to cause trouble for the retakers and bring home the round. And then we have B site. It's one of the most difficult sites to hold in the game, and here you have 3 options. Now, the safest and the most common is your team planting on the front of the site and getting out of there quickly to play mid and window to protect the plant. Or from there, you can plant on the A side of B site, leave and take over the A connector and defend the plant that way with 1 person or 2 people playing backside for crossfire on anyone trying to peek him or walk up to the A side of the site. And then we have C site, and the go-to strategy should be to plan out in the open and run long to spray down whenever the enemy goes for a defuse, and make sure to tell your teammates if they're dead to ping the bomb for you. But that's not always going to be possible, and another great way to play C site is to have one person go into garage or keep control of garage just to cut off the path into site, and have everyone else playing a crossfire on CT. Just keep in mind, if you don't have a tripwire or a turret on long, then someone has to take care of that as well. And then we have bind, with B being probably the most difficult site to retake in the game, and A site being relatively easy comparatively. So, starting with A site, we've already talked about how powerful U-Haul is because it stops that powerful position from the defenders. Bench is also going to be incredibly strong because of the crossfire potential it gives, but playing inside of showers is arguably one of the best and most overlooked areas that an enemy could actually play whenever you're trying to retake a bomb site. Because almost every team is going to have someone try to play U-Haul, and people are going to play short to protect the bomb plant. But having one person go showers and play extremely passive, only peeking for the crossfire when the enemies contest the bomb, can cause enough chaos to win the round outright. Because 3 people peeking, one from U-Haul, one from short, and one from showers all at the same time is almost impossible to deal with. And finally we have B site, which is one of the few sites where everyone on your team should be peeking, because the enemies have 2 options. Flank all the way around to come up behind you, hoping that you don't have any trips or a turret to catch them out, or walk straight through CT and look for a fight, which is what's usually going to happen. So with that being said, your team should be posting up, watching CT from every angle, and being ready to crossfire as soon as they see an enemy. But the easiest way to lose sight is by peeking too wide where your teammates can't actually help you and trade out for you. So the easy go-to should be to have someone play inside of hookah watching CT, one person play inside the crate to swing CT off of the hookah player's contact, and one person playing elbow ready to peek CT as well whenever that fight starts. Just make sure you take care of the flanks before you commit to that CT hold though. And finally we have Ascent, which is honestly pretty straightforward. On A side, the best spots to hold from are going to be underneath heaven with someone A main for the crossfire, and for everyone else aside from those 2 who are alive, you want to start spreading out a bit. Playing around generator is a great spot to hold from, maybe you could play double boxes, but if someone can manage to take control of tree room or cat, then the hold gets so much easier because you block off that entire entry path. Because on A site, there aren't many good defensive angles to play from aside from those 2. So the rest comes down to playing together, being unpredictable, and honestly just winning your aim duels. And B site is very straightforward as well. Now playing back site is the strongest area by far if you're forced into staying on the site. Now there you're going to want to just play with whoever is on your team playing back site with you. If you have the opportunity though, creeping back out of the site onto B main lets you get shots on enemies who are likely not going to be looking for you, and controlling CT is risky, but very effective if you can manage to pull it off. But aside from those 2 spots, once again, it's all about being unpredictable, which is what makes Ascent so difficult for attackers. It's difficult to take a site because there are too many angles, and there aren't many good angles to play once you actually get the site. So let's take a look at a couple of examples of pros playing to hold onto a bomb site. Alright, so for this first clip, let's take a look at the minimap. We have a standard setup where they're playing 2 people backside, Steel is on breach playing ramps, and Jet is attempting to control screens, even though she got there late. Now Jet is going to take the first contact on enemies walking into the smoke, and Hiko is trying his best to support him. But Jet dying here makes this round so much more difficult than before because Hiko has to now deal with the pressure from elbow. So now Hiko's only job is to slow down that push and draw enough attention for his breach to work his crossfire from ramps. And that's exactly what happens. Hiko and his Cypher backside dance around enough to stop the enemies from getting the kills early, and Breach manages to clean up the entire rest of the round just because he was set up in the perfect crossfire on the enemies trying to rush the site. So while they're focused on Hiko and Cypher backside, Steel manages to pick off everyone and pinches in to finish the job. And for the final clip, we have Hiko playing post plant on Haven with 7 HP. And here we're going to see the importance of ability usage. So with Cypher being so low, he decides to take a safe angle instead of holding the cubby by CT. And Omen actually gets pushed out.
Hey everyone, and welcome. In this guide, you will learn how to improve one of the basics behind game sense in Valorant: rotating. Knowing when to rotate and when you shouldn't rotate is a complex skill and requires tons of experience to master. but just by paying attention to some key information from your teammates and the map, you can make sure you are where your team needs you to be. Let's talk about how to rotate properly and some pro tips for winning more rounds by being in the right place. To start off, let's go over 2 ways to play a site. You might have heard of the idea of anchoring a site. Being an anchor simply means you are the last one to leave the site on a rotate. You'll stay there for an extra little bit, even if your teammates are calling for a rotate, just to be certain that they aren't faking. Typically, anchors want to wait until the bomb is spotted to rotate, unless the round timer is very low and the attacking team only has one site that they can head to. This is of course to avoid over-rotating and leaving a site open. As for the anchor's positioning on the site, typically you want to hold deeper and slightly safer angles. You don't want to make first contact on enemies rushing into the site, and you want to trade for your teammates who are making first contact after you avoid enemy utility. Sentinels like Cypher and Killjoy are exceptional anchors because their utility lets them get great information without exposing themselves at all. Now the other way to play the site is as a rotator, and for this guide we want to focus on the different ways this player can make an impact on the game through their decision making. A much wider variety of agents can act as rotators. Rotators gain quick information at the start of a round using their abilities, and then they can be early to help out wherever enemies are spotted. Agents with recon abilities like Sova can use it early in the round to find out where enemies are or aren't and relay that information to your team. Meanwhile, duelists can fulfill this same role but with higher risk. Instead of using recon abilities, you can use your utility to push early as a defender and narrow down the number of sites the opponents can attack. Of course, you shouldn't play the same way each round and just push every time, but early aggression as a duelist can help your team narrow down where to focus on defense significantly. And since you aren't the anchor, you can now rotate after gaining this information. As a duelist who has pushed into enemy territory, this might be a good time to take advantage of our next concept, flanking. Flanking is a simple but extremely powerful tactic that can get you free kills and round wins, but can also get you killed if done improperly. When flanking, there are some important things to remember to maintain effectiveness and the element of surprise. First of all, you need to be quick and decisive. The later into a round you flank, the more possible places your opponent could be. At the start of a round, the enemy's possible locations are narrowed down by the force fields. You also need to know how to manage your noise. When should you run and when should you walk? This of course varies from map to map and is a skill you will only pick up through playing the game. After initially clearing an angle, as a flanker you can sometimes run immediately, assuming no opponents are camping waiting for your push. But once you're behind your enemies, you need to manage your noise to avoid alerting them to your presence. Of course, if you walk too early, it will take you way too long to get anywhere. Trying repeated flanks will also lead to someone waiting for you around some angle you might not check. So make sure you vary your approach and don't play the same way each round. Now that we've covered some of the nuances of flanking, let's talk about the more common defensive rotation through your spawn or connectors. Defensive rotations aren't as flashy as flanks, but they are the backbone of good defender side play. As a defender, your rotation should be coordinated with your team to shut down rushes and have adequate response to pushes consisting of multiple attackers. Take Haven for example. If the other team is slow pushing C, as a B player who wants to help, you should call someone playing A over to come provide cover on B while you rotate over to C. Working with your teammates and communicating constantly is necessary to coordinate what you're covering and avoid getting shot in the back. As mentioned earlier, it's also important that you do not rotate too early. Giving up and leaving your site as soon as one enemy is seen cross map is a surefire way to lose rounds to lurkers and fakes. A golden piece of information when rotating is the location of the spike. If the spike is seen by one of your players, you can quickly rotate over, and even if the enemies end up backing off, you know that they can't just plant on the other side of the map. With these ideas in mind, we can now discuss when it's good to perform a standard rotation versus when you should take initiative and flank. Deciding when to rotate quickly and when to flank is one of the harder decisions to make as a defender, and there are countless factors to keep in mind while you do this. Keep in mind just how early into the round you are. An early flank has a much higher chance of success. The later in the round you are, the more likely it is opponents could start to suspect someone's coming behind them and wait for you to pop out. You also have to take into account your team's communication and evaluate the urgency of your...
Halo? Suaraku gak ono ta?
Ano sih. Iki lho Alex.
Ya teleponan
suara.
Alex ae.
Rotation. If your teammate calls 5 rushing C on Haven, it's
Ano,
probably a
ano?
good idea to
Lega.
quickly rotate over to C and help the rush before they come down long, rather than go all the way around the map
Okay, yo.
to come behind them. Lost B, running over to retake B through opponents off guard.
Apa oh? Apa?
Motor ko kulilipan.
Yalah. Apa gara-gara apa?
Parah.
Kan kau iso kalah 5-13 sih kok ojo. Minusnya 20 mana? Musuh angel lah. Tapi musuh wis lumayan sih, gue sana kulte. Agak angel ya.
But also in opening up options when retaking. At the same time, a standard rotation is much quicker, and you are way less vulnerable to die to someone waiting for your flank while you're not ready controlling. The advantage of this is your ability. You can set up your camera and then cheat over to A through that your opponents are on the east side of the map. You might fully commit to defending C. It's possible your opponents could still go B, however retaking B can be done through mid, A-link, and C-link. On the other hand, retaking C requires much more time to get a flanker all the way around, and you're mostly forced through the spawn or connector choke points. By fortifying C, you also increase your chance of successfully defending the site, as you and your teammate can trade for each other or use utility to support one another. Furthermore, opponents will often use utility to break into the site, so when retaking, you'll probably have more abilities available. Maneuvers like playing for retake or cheating towards a site always end up strengthening and weakening certain positions of the map. It is crucial that your teammates are aware of where they have support and where the team is conceding ground. This brings us to our final topic, communication. Now, communication should be at the absolute play all the if you're missing and you receive properly. Let us know in the comments.
Hey everyone, it's Dr. Zora here, and welcome to certain plays and get better at the game. We're going to review a scenarios in which they should be used for, and identifying these scenarios will allow you to use your agents to their fullest potential. However, if this is not done, this potential is quickly reduced and you have a much harder time of winning rounds. This first example really emphasizes how using abilities can greatly affect how a round will go. In this very important overtime round, it's 15-15 and Envy pushes onto the B site. However, they end up pushing the site with little to no utility. In particular, there aren't any smokes to cover any choke points. For example, spawn is a common area you want to smoke off to delay rotations, and you can see there are 2 T1 players there. If this was smoked off, Envy would have had a much easier time getting onto the site. In fact, there's only one player there, which is Cypher. So Envy could have ended up in a very favorable 5 vs 1 battle to take B. Instead, they end up in a crossfire from T1 at spawn, which resulted in T1 getting multiple kills and denying the push. T1 then goes on to win a round that Envy had a very good chance of winning if they had used their abilities more appropriately to isolate the site. In order to use your abilities appropriately, you should also be aware of what you have available and what you don't have available. This will allow you to react faster and make plays during situations where you need to make a split-second decision. In this clip, we have Calypso in a 1 vs 2 situation, where he actually gets the first pick to make it a 1 vs 1. From there, there's very little time and Calypso actually has his ultimate available. He also knows that the remaining player was up at Heaven, so he could have teleported over to the B site to get a free plant in post-plant position, rather than trying to plant on the A site. Unfortunately, it seems like Calypso was not aware that he had this ability available, and ends up trying to fight the jet for too long before making the play and the timer runs out on him. So make sure to use your abilities and keep aware of what abilities you have available at all times. The second common mistake that even the pros can sometimes make on attack is peeking when it's not necessary. Usually when you're holding down a site or defending a spike plant,
Bilin. Bil? Dipilih Cliff. 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 Tes. Pilih dipilih. Iku ombe jare. Wah ini cuk juga ombe cuk. Mate.
Wes yuk, lane wis.
Ketmang cuk.
Pelai. Aduh, sakno rek Cliff kalah maneh.
Wis menang
Hancur
sekali
aku.
lho cuk. Menang mutlak. Moro ngono kalah mutlak cuk.
Sakno rek.
Report tuh Cliff. Asu. Reporten gak apa-apa. Wis sampe tak gua kok yo anakku nih. 800 jam silver telu cuk. Kalian tahu kasusnya orang yang buka motornya Ducati kok?
Apa gak tahu aku.
Sing di Mandalika yo.
Gak tahu.
Goblok cuk. Seharusnya memang nggak boleh dibuka cuk.
Buka apa?
Jadi kan ada mau balapan apa MotoGP tapi yang 500 cc kok nggak salah.
게임을 찾았습니다.
500 sama 1000 ya, aku lupa.
Gak tahu aku. Ya wis iku lah pokoknya. Ancok.
Cuk Prismane. Terus
Nah,
kan motornya para pembalap dari luar negeri kan memang nggak boleh dibuka dari boxnya tuh.
oh iya.
Iki dibuka kabeh cuk, goblok cuk.
Terus ya apa?
Dipecat wonge. Dibuka baru ngono dibagai foto tok goblok cuk asli. Nah, tapi sing rekam iku ya punya Ducati. Kepala Ducati dunia ngamuk cuk. Soalnya kan nanti takutnya ada apa-apa kan?
Iya.
Atau mesinnya diubah atau apa?
Iya.
Gak ngerti balapan cuk deh cuk goblok. Ini Indonesia iki.
Susah.
Terlalu kampungan cuk.
KBKB dipamer no.
Lah iya. Cok bris cocok.
Ya wes lah. Apa
Itu
bisa?
pakai res lagi anak haram itu cok goblok.
Makanya agak mau main duelis. Akan dia auto-lock.
Kenapa sih?
Konco gini.
Kita main 1 minggu ini breeze terus loh awal-awal main, Cok.
Gak tahu.
Babi memang Riot ini, Cok. Sumpah,
Breeze
Cok.
dan kalah, Cok.
Apa?
Iya, Cok.
Kon mau Killjoy apa Saki? Mending Killjoy apa Saki?
요원을 고르십시오.
Mending
Loh,
Killjoy
kon
sih.
pakai Viper, kon pakai Viper. Mending Saki
Mending
apa
Killjoy,
Killjoy?
Kon Killjoy. Biar flanknya. Wah, no. Ini malam wadem ya, hujan dah.
Iya, Cok. Di omahku iku wadem kayak tanganku tuh.
Asu, AC ku biasanya kamar kan kadang panas tuh. Wadem koyo beku ya, Cok, untung. Cancel, Cok.
Cancel.
Sing loading mari sih.
Aku belum mati.
Wes. Dan Cok, masa punya guru mari, Bil?
Belum, soalnya aku alt-tab buka sing lain.
Oh, kontol. Gas.
Yes.
Wadem, Cok, ini malam kontol.
Lumayan, adem.
Bagus, Cok, OP-nya kontol. OP-nya Genesis api loh. Sing Battle Pass
Genesis
ini.
sing mana Genesis itu?
Battle Pass. Keren,
Oh
Cok.
iya, api.
Anjing. Ada efeknya lagi.
Apa? Di bawah.
Genesis. Ada efeknya, Cok. Mana Genesis? Loh, kok nggak ada, Cok? Kok nggak masuk? Kok nggak masuk ya di store ya? Di mana? Di collection ya?
Oh ya.
Api anjing. OP ku ini ono apa ya sih? Oh, ganti ini deh OP ku. Bosan, Cok, for second terus OP-nya, Cok. Tumben OP-nya di depan-depan, Cok. Biasanya di belakang, Cok.
Iya, biasanya paling belakang. Paling belakang saja apa?
Pisaunya. Cok, pisaunya keren anjing.
Kayaan. Untuk level Battle Pass api.
Api, Cok, sumpah pisaunya pengen aku, Cok.
Beli.
Ini gajian nih.
Ya, suwe kok 3 bulan.
2 bulan toh?
3 toh, 60 hari toh.
2 bulan toh, Bil.
Oh iya sih 2 bulan, Cok.
Dan Cok, Bil, kon iki sing kuliah sean, Cok. Gateli, Cok.
Aku lali.
Terus kebanyakan nganggur tak kuliah.
Iya, wis. Gak atek mikir. Kan skripsi gak atek mikir. Yang penting
kon joki mbut.
Lihat jurnal, gak lah, gak pernah joki.
Tahu kon joki, Cok.
Apa iki orangnya baik, gak joki.
Ya.
Jujur.
Dia sama Tuhan jujur, Cok.
Lah ya makanya kan aku gak bohong.
Muntah kon. Asu.
Temenan.
Aku nggak seneng joki-joki ngono, Cok. Mbok.
Aku bukan gak seneng. Apa ya? Joki ku kayak gak enak ngono. Ini pasti was-was.
요원을 선택하십시오.
Pilih apa?
Iyalah. Kon kalian ketemuan mampus kon, Cok.
Enggak.
Saya sia selama 4 tahunmu, Cok.
Tuh.
Teli, Cok.
Sofa, yo. Oke.
Kita ngomong ganti jet ya.
Lah yo janjo.
Apa kan nggak jet aja tadi?
Sabar. Yo.
Bil.
Nah,
Ayo.
wes.
Enggak tuh gua.
Wes, tenang.
Ah.
kurang anak.
Dia. Smokean apa? Oh?
OTW. OTW.
Kam. Wow. Banyak sekali.
재장전 중. 잘 가.
스파이크가 설치되었습니다.
잘 안 보일 거다.
Belakang.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
어, 내
아군이
depan.
한 명 남았습니다.
Kasih es lah.
Anjing.
Ente.
Bisa lah menang.
Nggak bisa.
Killjoy nggak ada yang hit lah.
Apa? Oh?
Killjoy nggak ada yang hit.
Oh no. Dia, kini yo. Makan.
OTW.
Gak usah dipik.
재장전 중. A에서 적발견. 재장전
Wah, suhok dicok.
다수 처치.
Masuk.
스파이크 설치.
Pancok, 4 orang. Wah, sucuk. Renanya lo.
아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
클립 카페. Ente.
Oke, mampus konornya ini, cok. Bisa? Wih, apa Bill?
Nah,
Lihat dalamnya sofa hancur nih.
oke.
Biar masuk ya. Tarat-tarat nih, cok.
Dia aman nih.
Bro, jangan buat tinggal, bro.
Yo.
Ya. Aku terheaven yo.
시야를 훔치겠어.
Alah.
Dead mid. Watch mid.
Rotating. Oh, ada. Hancur no.
중앙에서 적
Oh,
발견.
Karten.
여기야.
Crossfire mbak aku ya. Lihat aku mati gak apa.
Iya.
Pokoknya bunuh. Balik gue. Dead no bawa cliff. Tahan ya.
Iya.
Yep,
Aku
nice.
lihat karten ya.
Tinggalan nih. Oh, masuk.
Dari pick. Nice.
30초 남았습니다. 스파이크가 설치되었습니다.
Wait.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Jadi nih.
Tahu.
Oh, mid.
Aja ada.
Oh, ini goblok.
Nggak ketok,
Aku
dah.
lihat aku lagi lihat ada chat, cok, kontol.
Oh, tak pikir kan mau ngepiso, cok. Tak pikir kan mau miso deh.
Aku malah
nggak
mikir
sadar.
kayak Aska kok dia.
버려줄
Second
사람.
spawn.
Ada yang bisa baik.
Aku nggak sadar. Dan ada di depanku, cok, kontol.
Loh, kalau saya bisa baik aku aja. Ya wis lah. Coba aku gak mati.
Iko iso.
고마워.
Kok iso?
Wes iki lho. Asu, aku lagi lihat chat cok kontol. Lagi rame chat cok moro-moro. Gimana?
TP. Dek iki. Dek aku.
Wes, ojo di pick wes.
Oh, karton berarti.
Dek
Aku
aku.
balik ke A.
Dek aku. Can you take on mid? Di atas sini,
Yoga.
Bo. Woi, di atas sini.
Wes, aku tak lihat nih.
Enggak. Drone sofa.
Kirim clip, awas.
도망치는
Oh,
게
di B,
좋을걸?
fix.
Yo. Fix.
스파이크 설치.
Masuk.
폭탄 로봇 출동! 시야를 훔쳐주지.
Oh,
눈을 감지.
Loh. Belakang satu. Flank.
적군이 한 명
ya,
남았습니다.
belakang sini.
Nice. Hotel yo, ini sama.
앞쪽을
Dia
정찰한다.
kan ulti tadi ya.
Oh ya? Gak dengeran.
Ulti dia.
War, aku beli alas.
Loh. HP kira ono wong cok nang jero smoke mangan tak shoot cok. Tuh.
Kau belum beli?
Nah, sembilan.
Wena makan.
Belum sih. So ngasih aku senjata. Play aku jahat sih tapi yo kata kasih deh.
Gasnya sofa loh, 24.000 cok.
Waduh aja sih itu yang 4.000 bagus.
Bil, harusnya dia tahu aku di sini Bil. Berarti agak protek ya, hancurin langsung. Ada step.
Smoke A, cepet.
OTW, yo.
Masuk dan. Masuk di sini masuk. Hancur dong. Oh nggak kena. Nggak kena.
Oke.
Nang dicok, kakek.
Destroy.
Ah,
Sabar.
Jetnya mau ngedes nih. Oh balik dia. Sofa front of you. Ayo dulu kena. Nice one.
Nice. 3 pick. Mantap top aja cok.
비지정, 적 발견.
Oh Kis tahu nih pakai media cok.
Oh, masuk.
스파이크가 설치되었습니다.
Gobi. Sabar. Ojo dewean mundur toh.
Yo. Iku wis mundur.
Cek, talpom.
Aku dikempet di lobby ono. Sofa.
Ya.
한
Wes,
명
division.
Diffuse.
Coveran aku ya.
Iya, wes mati. Sip, nice.
Mati cok. Tenang aja kon.
Tenang.
Aku mundur gak iso. Di lobby dikempet sofa.
스파이크가 해체됐다.
Cok war. Armor pukulan.
Sofa kan you bam.
도와줄 사람. 고마워.
Thank you. Tinggi. Kok jadi busuknya micok.
Gak apa-apa, yang penting jaga angle.
Jaga angle.
Jaga hati, jaga perasaan.
Penting jangan kayak Rena yang musuh cok.
Apa lainnya mas?
Udah tahu. Dia nggak pikir kan langsung jalan aja. Dia kira jalannya bapak paling. Kayak gini. Gen.
잘 안 보일 거다.
Ay, smoke kan bo?
Bisa smoke OTW smoke.
Mampus kon anjing. Masuk kon dalam smoke, mati kon.
스파이크가 A 지점에 떨어졌습니다.
Walah.
Kebeo.
Kali.
Kebeo aja nang kono, mati kon. Nang kon ya.
한명 남았습니다.
Sorry.
스파이크가
Info sama
공격
gimana?
시작 지점에
Di
떨어졌습니다.
BSMPK, tungguin di B.
Panik satu.
아군이 한명 남았습니다.
Minus
Mungkinan
100.
balik enggak sih? Apa Joko nih?
Jaga B.
30초 남았습니다.
Lo iku sapa e? Sampai 10 misalnya gak no step ke B ke A.
Oh di sini. Kita di plannya ya.
10초 남았습니다.
Goblok sampai.
Oke jadi.
Gak ngecek yang gak ngecek.
Bil, kau di sini Bil.
Apa?
여기야.
Berdiri situ. Dengar no? Mana ya?
Di atas.
이쪽이야.
Mampus kan anjing. OTW, smoke OTW.
도망칠 곳은 없다.
Klik, aduh. Klik kanan, kiriku. Marmor macet.
Jagan gardenku po, jagan gardenku po.
Ya, tak coba.
산 시작이다.
Jadi aku ngepick garden.
Oke, jagan gardenku terus.
Rotate tuh, rotate. Rotating. Oh iya. Ono suara.
시야.
Oh enggak, masuk lagi deh, Cliff. Tidak no.
Tahan nih, Cliff. Jaga sini.
Ya. Sofa ult.
눈을 가려주지. 벌레가
Ada sofanya ulti apa, Cok?
스파이크가 A 지점에
Cliff,
떨어졌습니다.
lo, sofanya lo parah.
적군이 한명 남았습니다.
Kilo kanan.
Nice
one. Odin gue belakang ini. Kiri. Hell.
Hell.
스파이크
Nice.
발견.
Kon Odin aku OP, Cok. Wes tahu. Kon Odin. Oh enggak wis kan. Tuh, benar, Cok. Kon Odin enggak? Enggak, coba naik Odin. Oh, wis, ngasih itu le OP. Rikoso. Klik kananku kok sering macet ya. Apa ya?
Mousemu be.
Klik kiri. Ganti ke mouse Mbak. Duduk mouse. Keyboard baru kok. Oh.
Smoke A.
Yo,
Dang, smoke A, bisa gak?
Kontol. Tak gambar deh, Cok. 88 deh.
Wah,
Harusnya aku
telat.
kali, Cok.
Nice.
Masuk, jadi lo parah ya?
Oke.
Kanan mau. Di gambar, Cok. Nice one. Garden gak ada yang lihat ya?
Ya gardenku ini.
Kiri mobil.
Pindah.
Tadi kirimu ada orang ya?
스파이크 설치.
Tadi wis mati.
Oh, wis mati. Oh, iya.
Atau C ya.
Itu dia ulti anak bajingan tuh. Matiin ono sih kill nih.
하, 도망치는
Ya
게
kan?
좋을걸?
Di dalam deh. Scan sofa. Ayo.
Oke,
Holding, lu.
dua situ. Satu.
아군이 한명
Bisa
남았습니다.
Cliff.
Kirim.
Ente.
Kenapa, Cok?
버려줄 사람.
OP.
Beo. Cliff bisa tukuk aku dah.
Oh iya.
고마워.
Cliff, kan nyadar sesuatu gak?
Apa?
Kill bedetku kon hampir foto. Mek kebalik.
Keteli, Cok. Apa? Lagi nyandet mana nih? Apa sih, Cok? Iya aku tak langsung target no smoke ae ben cepet.
Yo.
OTW ini suwe smoke Pak nek tak kopi.
Ya DB.
Oh nih B.
시야를 훔치겠어. 시야를 훔쳐주지.
스파이크가 중앙에 떨어졌습니다.
사냥 시작이다. 스파이크 발견.
Renai masuk, Cuk.
Di wall kok, di wall.
Oh, jancuk.
Ente.
Sulah, salah pencet lagi aku. Cuk, kenapa nih keyboard anjing emang? Loh, masuk lift. Kenapa Cuk? Lift.
Apa?
스파이크가 A 지점에
Your left,
떨어졌습니다.
sofa. Loh.
여기야.
스파이크가 설치되었습니다. 적군이
야,
한 명 남았습니다.
Revive someone.
Wait.
Set, stack OP. Stack OP, set. Mid.
Don't defuse.
Hold. Your left. Tuh OP ku hilang anjing. Thank you. Sih. Keyboardku tak cabut sih.
cabut sih.
이쪽이야.
Thank you. Bil aku si table, kondisi table.
Guys.
Nah, iki enak, Cuk. Aku tadi, Cuk, iso nyandek, Cuk. Cliff request ya, Cliff. Camput.
Nah, jadi maju itu.
Oh, dia.
Oke.
Guys.
Waktu Cuk aneh, Cuk.
Oke.
Aku ada ulti, Cliff. Siap.
Dead garden.
Oh iya.
Kasih tahu.
Aduh, itu siapa sofanya lo parah ya? Lo parah itu. Satu itu.
Gak usah hati-hati ya.
Mid.
Sofanya bagus Cuk mainnya. Sofa gini. Sofa aktif. Tak blind, maju.
잘 안 보일 거야. 여기야.
Dia rotating. Nice.
Mampus anjing.
di base.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Kalah.
Dibunuh Mbak Marshall aku paling sedih Cuk. Apa ya? Gak tahu. Sofa gini jago ngeflank.
Antara sofa yang kita yang jago atau musuhnya yang cupu, Cuk.
Iya. Tapi emang jago loh dia. Dia dapat no musuhnya yang rotate dari sini.
Oh, sing ngeflank ya.
Iya, jago sih. Mantap.
Aku ngakak, Cuk, sofa mbak Rena yang belayu kayak dikejar anjing, Cuk. Sing kena Rena ya, Cuk.
Hati ya. Smoker soalnya mati duluan. Tuh smoker soalnya. Flash kan
Satu
kok?
hit, second.
Flash. Siap flash. Satu, bentar ya.
Wah. Ayo,
Bisa
kalau
lagi.
mau flash, flash.
Sabar. Destroy Johnny, Cok. Ayo lagi. Dang. Ayo, dang.
Wes lo.
Oh, wes.
Nang, Pak.
Oke, nice.
Di mid ada, Cuk.
Sofa 140. Sabar.
시야를 훔치겠어.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Yuk, double pick.
Mesti mau tawatin pakai pisau dibunuh ya, Cuk.
Bunuh Cliff, mantap. Cliff jago saiki.
전반전 최종 라운드.
Apaan, boy?
Aku gak ketok flashmu soalnya.
Soalnya tadi ngene, aku pas kon ngomong hancurno drone, destroy iku.
Oh enggak, aku ngomong biasa gini emang iku.
Iya, aku ngedenger iku kepencet flash, Cuk.
Iya, Cok.
Tapi tepak loh, kena jatuh itu.
Oh iya
Jadi
kan
tepak
JT.
ngepick, Gon. Nah,
Coba saya aku tak
itu last round
dulu.
ya.
Di B.
Sing nembak peluru niku kon dah, please. Barusan.
Iya.
Oh tapi musuh. Oh sabar. Bisa rotate nih, bisa rotate.
Jetnya lo. Kena wallbang OP. Loh. Terus mati.
잘안 보일 거다.
Matamu.
시야를 훔쳐주지. 저리 비켜!
Thank you, please.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Oh iya dong.
Mainnya kasar, sampai kasar mainnya.
Harus.
공수 교대.
Gak dikasari ngelunjang. Wajib.
Itu JT kena tuh wallbang OP.
Kena.
Kena.
Gak tau aku nge-hit JT 140. Mati deh.
Oh kena kepala ya.
Yo. Coba tanganku duwin.
Iya ini malam muadem ya.
Makanya enak kalau nanti.
Oh. Enak sing bawa selimut itu.
Gatel kok.
Masuk ke dalam kandang juga. Menyelinap.
Iki iso.
Semak-semak.
12, 13, 3 mantap. Box lagi.
OTW.
Box lagi kita masuk. Oh,
Si.
mereka ada kill, jom maju sih.
Matamu tuh.
Tam.
Lah, begini lah busi cok. Blok
스파이크가 B 지점에 떨어졌습니다.
kurang masuk klik.
여기.
Mungkin ya.
스파이크를 확보했어.
Di dalam, kill join di dalam.
Apa itu?
Ada orang.
Nice. Nice.
Kiri.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Nembak. Oh.
Rena flank.
여기야.
Oke. Aku ngelok ini
이쪽이야.
season ya. Gak usah dipik.
Oh kena 2 hit,
Oke.
이렇게 끝내면 다행으로 알아.
Low ya deh.
Iya, low guys. Ketamu ya, aku nembak sofa gak kena.
Sofa ini sosok ngajarin aku. Cok jangan ngajarin kontol.
Ah, Don PP.
Matamu cok Pepe.
Konco gini loh, 29 gitu loh sakit nih. Tak no aku begini.
Bye ta?
Baik.
Enak Odin harusnya cok.
Wah, yo boy vandal.
Lek mau baik kabeh, cek no ya wis, bisa.
시야 확보 중.
Seta.
스파이크를 내려놨어.
Mampus.
스파이크가 A 지점에
Bisa bakal
떨어졌습니다.
ngono.
Balik aja, balik aja.
Balik. Tak pancing.
스파이크를 떨어뜨렸어.
Balik. Dari sepanjang mana? Box ayo. Waktu gini sakit kok. Sama.
Mid ada step tadi.
Yuk.
Curi-curi satu Lex. Nah, iso is.
Dapat Lex sis. Mantap Lex.
Jancok, pakai iku deh cok.
Sis.
JT sama-sama low ya?
Ya.
Low pole.
Oke. Mid ano, aku dengar suara. Kabar. Aman sih. Ojo smoke ya. Ojo smoke. Sabar.
Mid.
Oke. Jalan.
Smoke ta?
Smokean lagi.
눈을 가려주지.
Tarik Killjoy, bantu aku.
30초 남았습니다.
Leno, apa Leno? Dede, depan gini.
여기야.
Gini, Flex.
Terus dapat 2 ya. 3 lebih tepatnya. Sofa mbak, Killjoy masih full darah. Oke, market ada yang turun.
Jancok, kaget.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Oh itu dia, di City. Mau masuk?
Nah itu,
Masuk ya.
bisa tunjuk no. Nice.
나 아직 멀쩡해.
Aku kepikir, tak pikir sing kanan wis dijogo Alex.
Ono kill Jojo, aku wis ngomong turun deh.
Killjoy turun deh. Aku ya jaga kiri.
Mau ras ta?
Karep.
Ojo.
Tunggu
Tadi
Killjoy
lek
sih.
lek aku tadi sing mateni Killjoy es aku cuk kontol.
Oh, ya?
Cuma
Oh
dua
iya
aku
ya.
itu. Tapi ojo sih kon mati pisan kon nang jero cuk.
Iki DB pasti ono Killjoy mana? Gak bisa masuk iki.
Iya, set
Saki.
wait.
Atau Anjonoe pakai
Bisa bare mau tancur no? Aku ada ulti, boleh.
Matam. Awas. Thank you. Gak kena kafe gue.
로봇 출동.
압수 정찰 중.
재장전 중.
그림자 소환.
파티를 열어볼까? 잘안 보일 거다.
Oh jancuk di mid ono cuk.
Dia belawaan. Apa itu?
Omen di barket.
운반장 처치됐어.
Set what are you doing?
스파이크가 B 지점에 떨어졌습니다. 시야 훔쳐주기. 아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Tamu ya.
Weh, man, iku kurang serius tepak lho, Mang.
Iya, sagene lah pucuk. Pal depannya ono aduh.
Kayak deku iku lho, akun boosted. Jadi deku si Iron tau apa. Dia beli akun dah.
Tuh di depannya modal Omen tinggal tut, kepala udah hilang cuk, kepala cuk.
Enggak, tapi Mang kayak nge-lag no gitu.
Kak, anjene goblok mainin cuk. Terus dihancuri bomnya malah merono deh. Kontol yang tolol cuk. Tahuannya ngono cuk.
Beli dah. Cliff gak beli ya?
Kau beli, aku paling belakang.
앞쪽을 정찰한다.
Jancuk lah.
Kira.
Aduh, sebentar tepak no kepala lo cuk.
Lu jancuk. Bantui, masa di absen satu-satu. Triple pick. Ojo biarnya satu orang itu pick satu-satu.
Targetnya dalam ya. Penjatnya dalam.
Scanning gak duit wes. Ya baik.
하나 처치.
Mampus
저리
kon.
비켜.
Kirimu Cliff.
Jet kiri.
Ah. Loh. Kon mau flash tuh. Itu loh.
Gak flank.
스파이크가 A 지점에 떨어졌습니다.
Alah.
Oh, nggak dapat S deh.
Udah langsung dasmi wis di-pick pasti. Apa nek gak kon jegal pick.
Gak, aku telat mau.
Aku save.
Oh, main nih save beli OP. Jadi ke B itu enak loh, gampang B nih. Cuman yo sagene rada tolol, cuk. Selamat pagi semua, ku nantikan dirimu. Gini loh cara bunuh jetnya pakai pistol.
Oke, yes.
Guruku tersayang.
충격 화살이다. 충격 화살. 드론 간다.
그림자가 간다.
가서 처치.
Yuk, masuk.
눈을 가려.
Ayo wes.
시야를 훔치겠어.
Gimana? Nice.
재장전 중.
Ini.
Heaven.
Tak pe. Loh, kan gak. Oh iya sih, kan gak udah senjata.
Oh, ada tekan satu.
Gak usah. Pakai nih.
Oh, wis paken, wis kadung, cuk. Harus kadung pick kan.
하, 도망치는 게 좋을걸?
Mampus, cuk.
A에서
예.
적 발견.
아군이
너!
한 명
끝나거네.
남았습니다.
Kena, cuk.
Saiki dismiss gak iso meneh ta?
Tadi jaga ikut ke meso-meso. Jancok ya jagaan cuk. Goblok sih enggak dijaga.
Kok aku mangi tele iso entuk kabeh aku, Cuk. Cuma wedi-wedian aku mang kabeh.
Lah apa wedi-wedian jancuk kon niku lanang su.
Ngono ya. Soalnya ngene, mang kan gak ditutup sampai saking. Wis di wall saya HP mencet remote. Lah iku ono celah to, iso tele ke sini aku.
Bil, hati-hati Bil. Di A ku di pick no.
Iya.
Di pick sama CT. Jarno dia anu rada suwe nge-pick. Aku tak ambil mid ya.
Ya.
Jadi anggapannya dikira nge-flank. Jadi kan soalnya kan dari B.
Mid smoke nih. Mau
Loh,
mid
oh,
di smoke dah.
cok.
Mid kiri ta mid kanan.
Mau tapat ini saya Omen nih.
Gak usah.
Omen ini gatel ya. Loh, Sofa ini gak ngepick loh, kontol emang.
Ih, kalau dia nge-pick ta.
Gak usah. Hold.
Don't pick.
Loh, Sofa nih. Aduh. Sofa. Aku bingung deh Sofa itu. Revive.
Revive.
Go. Wall. No. Tuh matamu, cok.
A지점 적 발견. 잘안 보일 거다. 시야를 좁혀.
Masih. Happening? Oh iya.
스파이크 설치 완료.
Double pick me aku
Happening tak lihat noy.
Dia top flank.
Garden.
Dia top flank Alex.
치유해줄게.
Iya.
Oh no ya.
Terus ada bumbut kok. Garden. Garden.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Pas di depan itu.
Oke, oh nice. Shock deh.
매치 포인트.
돈이 필요해.
Asu Sofa, nggak dilihat no cok kiri kanan kontol emang Sofa ada ajal kok anjing goblok. Udah dibilang lihat di situnya udah diping lagi kontol masih pelangap-pelongo cok.
Iya mau pasang mana?
Coba cari anunya komposisinya di mana musuhnya.
Oke.
Komposisi ini gula, tepung terigu, karo.
Iya.
Jancuk.
Kontol. Heal. Set heal. Nah, cok cepetan cok, aku mati ini Janet cok.
도망칠 곳은 없다.
Matamu. Cok mati kono.
Blok. Nice one.
Mati kafe.
스파이크가 A 지점에 떨어졌습니다. 아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Kontol dipatahin aku cok.
Aku ingin nang BDW nih apa ini?
Kok nyerang dari B enak saja.
Tadi itu mau tak suruh rotate anak dua ini cuk, malah maju deh.
Lah kalah.
Oh, Omen tadi OP tuh. Mati ini kill Jay nggak dapat OP.
30초 남았습니다.
Mata.
Terus dipikon. Oke, mainan licikmu seperti itu. Cliff. Di knock, Cliff. Cliff. Request. Request.
Oh, dia gak bisa tuku iku, enggak bisa tuku shield dia.
Kan tuku smoke gak? Oh, no gak smoke-mu?
Smoke-ku 2.
Ya wes.
Oh, ya wes. Oh. Lihat belakang gue, Bil.
Yuk. Isto kan penopot kedua kali.
Ya ampun.
Oh no cok di mid iku. Mereka plan A, lu.
Plan A.
Nama plan A coba, ya ampun. Your left.
Ulti weh.
Lari Bil, nggak nutut Bil. Saking
Akan di
pepet.
Heaven satu.
적군이 한 명
Oh, nice.
남았습니다.
Oh,
아군이
Bil,
한 명
hancur lu.
남았습니다.
Apa dari Heaven nih.
잘 안 보일
Main
거야.
waktu lah.
눈을 가려주지.
Kirim.
Jadi
공격팀
white pick
승리.
Sedekat iku.
Dewe siap-siap pick kopi, Cok. Goblok. Kok sofanya yang MVP? Yang ada aja lah.
Main mana kak yo?
Gas lah, baru jam piro iki, Cok.
Las yo las. Coba kau renungkan.
Apa itu las, Cok? Loh.
Loh.
Biasa wedok Play nanti, play-nya ya.
Oke.
Nah ini yang paling penting, sebenarnya cewek itu nafsuan tuh. Tapi cewek juga terlihat seolah-olah dia bisa menahan nafsunya, padahal emang enggak. Terbukti dari apa? Ketika cewek biasa aja yang ngalim-ngalim aja di kasur banget. Mano musim mau nih sampe nih sedikit sak ini hilang. Nggak usah ketawa Anda. Cewek itu terlihat kayak bisa menahan, seolah-olah duduknya rapi.
Banyak yang nanya sama gua, gimana caranya orang bisa
Gaskan, gaskan.
wis tak gas iki, Bang.
Wes. Timbang kok di game ngomong be aku malah gak fokus ya kak.
Halo, tak gas iki. Tak gas iki.
Dia langsung minta makan masakan aku. Aku bikinnya susah payah loh dari pagi sampai sore. Dia bilang masakan aku enak dari satu sabtu. Banyak buat teman-teman cewek yang lihat foto
Hello everyone and welcome to Skillcaps. I'm Notorious Dub and today I'm going to be going super in depth, actually the best possible gun to have in certain situations. And by using the classic properly,
게임을 찾았습니다.
Halo, Billy. Apa yang Anda pick?
Pakai apa? Kan mau pakai apa?
Terserah wis kan mau smoke apa? Kan mau pakai apa?
Ya
Kan
tak
enggak
smoke
smoke
ae
aku
wis.
smoke.
Kono iku kono jualisnya mana lah?
Aku bubuk sih ya, dadah.
Oke, dadah Didi. Oh bye.
요원을 고르십시오.
Jadi kangen.
Apa kan smoke aku kan duelis aku smoke.
Tak smoke aja, tak
Terserah.
smoke aja. Gak apa.
너는 처음이자
Oh iya.
마지막이다.
재장전 중.
Oke, tak smoke aja guys.
재장전 중.
Dua inisiator. Dua ini.
Apa cok? Apa cok?
A에서 적 발견. 재장전 중. 재장전 중.
Mau masuk dah? Konco ini dua itu loh, belum maju ya.
폭탄 로봇 출동.
오케이.
치유해줄게.
누르세요.
재장전 중.
Siapa?
채워 보실까?
가봐 언제?
Masuk dah. Guys.
중앙에서 적 발견.
Oke, I smoke.
그림자가 간다.
Banyak cok.
A 지점 적 발견.
How many team yo?
재장전
Eh,
중.
rotate.
재장전 중.
4 orang sini, cok.
Hello, dirimu diri sih.
Terus aku nge-heal iku kok.
Ayo.
Sopo mang?
Tak mau nu.
적을 발견했다.
Nge-heal sopo mang? Sky lah gak salah.
Sabar.
중앙에서 적 발견.
Sky sob. Sky. Gobi. So fucking noob, bro.
Lihat mid.
네.
30초 남았습니다.
Jalan. Jok.
Guys, lari. Dalam B itu ada satu.
Guys.
Dan untuk waktu, coy. Waktu.
sorry.
재장전.
Mampus, cok.
재장전 중.
Pindah. Masuk.
10초 남았습니다. 재장전 중.
Ada tik. Tuh, dari plan.
스파이크가 B 지점에 떨어졌습니다. 재장전 중. 적군이 한 명
Sofanya
남았습니다.
low. Sofa low.
재장전 중.
Healing.
가득
바람.
채우라고.
오리 전멸하라.
Sorry salah buat.
Time clip, jancok.
Kaget
Untung
aku.
enggak anu, cok. Tak pikir sagene musuh kok moro-moro.
Gak apa-apa. Yang penting menang
Aku
jok.
mang-
Kalau kalah itu baru kamu.
Tanganku tremor ke bawah moro-moro jancuk.
Lah, aku kaget tapi kan saya musuh cok.
Iyo, tapi kira pas lihat warnanya lu, jancok. Cok.
Weh, nak kira kalau vandal gratis mana?
Thanks baik.
여기다.
Ya no kayak sing. Tuh, mereka berdua AFK lagi.
Bo, suka telat deh.
Ambil aja.
Aku cok.
스파이크를 내려냈다. 가서 잡아.
Masuk dah. Oke. Yuk masuk aja. Dia masuk aja. Yuk.
Di sini Omen sama Sova biasanya.
적 발견.
Udah nunggu kok. Ini loh.
재장전 중.
Usah heal
Oh,
aku.
Frank.
Heal me.
스파이크 설치 완료.
Terus gak usah heal aku.
재장전 중. 재장전 중. 사냥 시간이야. A에서 적 발견. 적군이 한 명 남았습니다. 무결점 플레이.
Nice.
아, 재밌었어.
Begitu cara main, bos.
Kasih tahu.
Sudah pakai vandal ya harus yakin menang.
Ringan.
Harus yakin.
Vandal itu sama saja seperti Odin, cuma dia kecil.
Gaji.
Tidak kena kepala, tembak badannya. Tidak kena badannya, tembak kontol sampai mati, cok. Ada yang ngepick Rena ini, karena kontol emang. Oh maju dia cok.
잘 싸웠어.
gambar indah.
재장전 중.
Sabar, aku belum smoke. Sabar.
그림자가 간다.
Aku terpana lihat.
Itu aku nih.
Belakang. Flank.
Yo. Tenang. Relax guys.
Landing.
적군이 한명
Ngeplan.
남았습니다. 재장전 중.
Heaven.
재장전 중. 무결점 플레이.
Nice.
우리의 힘을 느낄 가득 채우라고.
Aku udah mengamuk ini, mengamuk.
Musuhnya killnya
Dia sampai-
000 sampai kini saya kalah lagi kebacot sih. Tatan musuhnya killnya 0 KP 3 batang cok.
Musuhnya rada tolol gak sih?
Bagus lah. Cek no rank up toh. Kan ini like musuhnya angel. Ngomong tayat jajo. Bagus. Cek no undang rank up kan dulu. Gol 3 mu saya suwe ya?
Suwe. Kasih aku Cliff, woi.
재장전 중.
Oh jadi maju sih Cliff. 10.
Tikel tau.
Like gak diam.
스파이크 확보.
Cancok.
Aku belum smoke. Aku ngambil spike. Balik kai.
재장전 중.
Cliff.
Mati. Rotate.
Rotate 6.
Aku ngomong healen Sky S sih. Kayak gak iso nge-heal.
Rotate.
Siapa Mi?
Mid satu.
Oke.
Goblok. Bil kanan Bil. Oh, wis mati Bil. Wait. Mid. Loh, sopa.
중앙에서 적 출격. 실명 성공.
Your right.
그림자가 간다.
Your left.
그림자가 간다.
Take vandal.
30초 남았습니다.
Go inside Bil. Oh, matamu.
시야차.
적군이 한명 남았습니다.
Plan. Oh, mid market. Loh. What the fuck the race bro?
Apa Resi?
Goblok Rese Sofia maju toh. Rese iku harusnya delok, Cok. Mari ngono dia sing ngepick tempat lain, Cok. Gak deli, Cok. Goblok.
Kakek ndok tensi, Cuk. Angle 1 dihancurno, ini itu dihancurno.
Sofia depan apa nih lewat Cliff? Gak delok deh.
Saya langsung noleh ke arah lain.
Tetap di depan nih ini. Tetap ada di depan. Goblok. Saya baru mau pakai shift nih deh.
Pakai EBS man, duelist man.
재장전 중. 처치.
Oh di kiri deh.
Akan
Masuk. Jancok aku mana? Tol emang cok.
Apa?
Revive aku.
Revive dah.
Ambil aja vandal.
Hati-hati, gak usah.
Ayo cok, aku mati mana cok? Gak bawa wall dah, wall cok. Ya ampun.
Tapi tak.
Yo wall tuh lapu.
Loh, bantuan Jan.
Di wall.
Oh,
Di wall. Be masalah musuh.
atas. Aduh, aku ke B. Nice. Bisa lah.
쪽을 정찰한다. 재장전 중.
아군이 한명 남았다.
Wah, musuhnya kok ini tiba-tiba.
Kon nge-revive aku tempat terbuka ya mati kini cok.
Nah, aku ngepick ning ngarep memang, tapi gak iso.
Time gak ngono cok. Biasa no wall aja gak apa-apa, langsung rotate aja. Makanya gak ngono kill cuy kok. Gobi.
Split sih api ya. Mereka di dua side soalnya. Dua side maju dua-dua.
Mite tak bicara.
Aku di A, kalian ke base.
Tagenya gak nge-wall dari tadi. Mampus kan anjing.
여기다. 여기다.
One market.
편히 가게.
Man, tak
Mau
jaga
revive
belakang.
red. Satu garden, satu mid. Oh, one market. Nice.
One side one.
Sini satu.
그림자가 간다.
Di sini,
Oke,
Bil. Lihat sini.
dua-duanya wes. Satu market.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Wes mati.
무결점 플레이.
Pencekin ini
역사는
jauh.
이미 너희를 잊었다.
Rena yang katanya
Main
ngancem-ngancem
kayak
ya.
tadi, main kayak tadi ya. 3B 2A.
Tenang Bel, aku les pegang OP beda cerita Bel.
Anjir.
Masih di blind, picak kepalanya itu Rena. Cok.
Anjing. Gobi.
Di blind aku cok.
You guys gobi with Sage.
Sofanya Indo ya. Sofa going B. Wana cok.
Kena Arab deh.
Ya wes. Ini oh, kau nang gini.
Ya. OTW.
Never mind. Isi. I teach you.
Kata isi musuh ya goblok. Bumbotnya gak sampai gini.
I'll play style.
Pecah kepalamu anjing, wallbang mati kon mampus.
Ayo masuk. Lift.
Gua nowol deh.
Flash.
Heaven-nya taruh sih. Wes.
Benteng.
Klik Bill, lihat flank gue. Oh. Ini ditutup dah.
Apa?
Gardennya ditutup dah.
Iya, gak tahu.
Ikut.
Flanking, careful. Tak flash kok, nanti tak flash, bisa tak flash.
Aduh. Isu nggak lihat.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
OP ku dong.
Lah, bisa kan.
Anu kena iku kono drone tadi. OP.
Mana? Ya oke.
Udah. Aku tuh lihat no garden, cok. Kalian Sky nih, Cliff, fokus di garden nih, apa? Heaven nih, cok. Sky nih aku gak ngeliat gardenmu, Pak. Masa kudu aku sing delo, Pak?
Oh, Sky ini kan untuk garden.
No, makanya aku maju, cok. Garden ini ono sopo Rena iku lho.
Rena. Tak blend, men. Oh, sing tak blend omen nih.
Toko Heaven, cok, 2 orang kontong gak ditelokno, cok. Sage, ngepick lagi kau anjing, mati kau anjing, hilang kepalamu.
Hati-hati ya.
지하 확보 중.
재장전 중. 네, 출격.
놈들이 저기 있다. 내가 바로 사냥꾼이다.
Nggak kena blast. Kosong.
재장전 중.
알아볼까?
Oh.
Sabar, Jok, dipik. Wow, yes, pindah. Ono isono 3 toh. Ya, pindah.
3 orang.
Nice. Mantap.
Rotate. 3 people at me.
총 발견. 하나 발견.
Oh, jaga mid.
Ya, jangan mid ya. Go side, any flash.
Aduh, sorry salah. Heal.
앞쪽 정찰 중.
그림자가 간다.
네, 출격.
저주지.
도망칠 곳은 없다.
Gak di heal lagi.
Aduh.
Salah.
Lo.
아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Kontol.
Ayo, my bad.
OP deh ya. Oke, main OP, silakan. Ayo banter lagi nih. Seberapa jago Pemon anjing?
Lek misale dia jago OP yo, pasti dia menang. Soalnya dia nge-pick duluan, dia nahan angle ya. Harusnya.
NC tak lawan, Cok.
Wanco. Mental baja, Cok.
Nih, lihat cangkeme kalian kabeh, sak sofa-sofa wana, Cok. Nggak ngepick.
Mundur.
Ambil OP dia nih.
Ane 3 yo, Ane 3. Tais Omen Sake.
Langsung rotate ah.
Check off flank gini. Rene emang nang kono.
Rena selalu flank. Oh, Rena di situ.
Nang mid. Gila, mereka stuck A.
Mampus kau nanti.
Mereka stuck A ya. Bikin rotate. Anjir.
스파이크가 A 지점에 떨어졌습니다.
Gobi.
Ono iki, nang kene ono iki.
Di kirimu dah.
Tadi ono.
Rena di mid ya? Masih stuck dia.
(30초) 남았습니다.
Market. Cancok aku terbang, Cok. Rena market, udah standby deh. Flash on.
Oh,
market.
10초 남았습니다.
Sofa dalam.
Notot enggak?
Sofain satu. Apa kamu tuh? Nice, nunggu. Mark, Cok.
Coba, aku nyari Omen nih.
Bil, kirimu Bil. Ono resiku.
Coba sabar.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Oh.
Suruh komentar lu, Cok. Tak
Dia gak kena ya dah? Ulti gak kena kalian sama sekali?
Gak ono. Goblok deh.
Jadi ngene. Aku kan semaring ke sofa mbek Rena.
Bil, oleh jawab ya?
Juru kuntek tak tembak ini klasik, Cok.
Apa? Ikut dah, atai dah.
Iya, ngono saya sok ding, Cok.
Aduh, bersyukur dia musuhnya gak pintar jago tot.
Di situ ngepick dah sih. Ini ngepick dah.
Gak pernah dipick, mau dikasih bumbot tok.
Meeting nggak sih ngepick belas, Pak.
Yes, wes males, Cok. Cok atai katen.
Mati terus deh.
Woi,
balik.
Gini. Tapi mi, ya, mi. Oh, di situ kape. Aduh, jancok di flash, Cok. Kontol goblok. Minggir sofa anjing, bah. Wang Cok sofa itu.
Jatuh flank.
Ada flank lah. Rena itu.
Nang kene yo, nang kene. Jati.
시작이다. 30초 남았습니다.
Yuk, langsung masuk
앞쪽을 정찰한다.
Oh, ada, Cok. Bangsat. Di depan kini.
Salah, Cok.
Bantu koncomu di side ae, ojo diwen di luar. Nah, wes. Kon di side ae bertiga. Ojo maju ke depan, Cliff. Bantu ono koncomu. Kalian bertiga di side.
Oh, flank satu.
Oke.
Oh, di market.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Di market.
Misalnya koncomu banyak di side, kon mending di side. Jadi iso double pick
Oh.
koncomu. Tapi lah kancamu akeh di luar, kon di luar wae.
Iya, kalau aku mati tadi OP ini sudah diambil ya.
Iya.
Dia. Request saya sama Bill.
Oke. Kok gak iso aku request?
돈이 필요하다. 고맙다.
Opo Sky. Kontol rai.
Apa Sky lah apa?
Nge-flash cok, nggak kena cok flash cok.
Duh,
Tadi saya dapat tadi aku.
Kayak
Oke.
ilahi.
Ayo.
Ayo mau saya.
Awas.
Aku sudah dapat. Sudah dapat tuh.
재장전 중.
Oh, itu sofa tuh.
재장전 중.
Enggak, ini nge-pick sih di mid. Sih, ngalih kafe. Pinggir semua.
Coba deh.
Oh, di mid situ dia, Cok. Oh, di situ dia. Mampus kok anjing. Di radiator apa?
Di B ada satu.
Radiator.
Di B ada sofa. Iya, ya toh, wes. Mati sofa.
Di generator deh.
Ini apa? You guys can come to B.
그림자가 간다.
Aduh, cok timingnya lo. Kateli cok, iso timingnya kayak ngono pas aku nggak smoke.
그건 내 다름에 배요.
Iya.
A로 30초 남았습니다.
Ada Sage situ, awas deh.
Sage di B, Sage di B.
적을 세웠어.
Pintu nih nyala no.
내 동료를
아이고,
죽이게 두지
왜
않겠어.
iPhone flank kok, Cliff. Dia tuh flank. Nomen cok.
Sini. Flank ini lo.
Ya.
Kan ojo ngalangi aku. Jancok lah.
Bantu Cliff. Gak usah.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Nice.
Alah, sia-sia aku dicok.
Gak apa-apa.
공수 교대전 최종 라운드.
Sumpah enggak tak kasih ampun pun kabeh, cok.
Oke,
lebih enak.
Paham, nggak usah di counter strip, Cuk. Wet pick.
Iya.
Aduh, Rena buang cok iso. Aku buka. Aku buka smoke tuh. Tiba-tiba ada suara orang jatuh. Jeduk. Kacau di depanku tiba-tiba.
OP biasa lebih enak ya daripada OP anu, cok.
Musuh sofa nggak benar dikon kene dah. Lihat musuh sofa nggak benar dikon, cok.
Gak ngerti aku deh rekomen.
Masuk, cok.
Mati, cok.
Masuk aja. Cok.
Sabar. Ya, masuk.
스파이크가 A 지점에 떨어졌습니다.
Lihat garden, Bo.
Oke.
Semua orang.
아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Nah, cok.
Loh.
Are absen be, race cok.
Iya. Race with sofa
공수 교대.
ke record.
Udah ya, 93 sampai sini aja nyawamu, cok. Renanya dendam be aku gitu, cok. Dari tadi tau OP deh, nggak iso popo.
Sampai 310 gitu.
Yo, 13-3 ini ya. Mampus lu anjing. Mate.
Oh, kak tuku yo.
Kau usah wes, gak apa.
Aku tuku oma ya.
Tuku flash lah, tuku flash sampean.
Yo, aku tuku flash. Di game berikutnya ya, nih aku pick komen.
Dasmu kono no flash, cok. Di A ya?
Ya. Wah. Smoke kene. Oh ya aku smoke sih jancuk.
Itu no lagu ya. Ku pandang wajahmu. Masuk cok. Ada li. Mampus kon anjing. Mampus kon anjing kena bom cok. Time muncul di flash.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Flash ya kiri.
스파이크가 A 지점에 떨어졌습니다.
Itu lagunya. Ku pandang wajahmu dan berseru. Wena.
Wena.
Pertolonganmu datang darimu. Ku pandang. Apa lagi liriknya? Lupa loh.
Aku ya lah.
Ayo, Papa Odin nih. Yo, kon nggak tahu gereja soalnya Bil. Foto.
Gak teli. Gak ingat aku.
Liv, mitik, Liv.
Guys.
Sofani kok nggak tahu recon ya?
Aku bilang sampai musuh gak benar recon anjing.
Oh nggak nyampe cok reconnya cok, lebih tepatnya cok.
DB ya. Ya kak.
Mampus kon kenapa lama anjing.
Kaget deh, cancok. Saya naik tahun kedua kok. Kayak Odin kon.
Oh ayo kon. Woo! Mampus ngapain? Sakinya lo ya?
Jancuk, teko kiri.
Kiri ono cok.
Mereka
Gambar.
Mereka saya maksa masuk saya gak ada goblok sih.
Sky, I need heal.
Ateli saya maksa masuk ya cok.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다. 스파이크가 B 지점에 떨어졌습니다.
Maksa loh.
Kok anarkis
Saya masuk aja loh. Apa gak mau rotate kan loh, kaku.
Mereka wis ke-push terlalu depan mereka.
Tapi belakangnya mereka gak ono sing nge-flank, maksudnya dari kene gak ono sing nge-flank. Apa gak mau pindah ke A? Kau tahu dapat 1-2 ya tuh aku.
Itu enggak
Hati mandek 12.
Sampai reload lanjut lagi cok sampai depan cok. Itu namanya kehidupan coy. Ini sofanya berarti nggak tahu recon ya.
Kesini kak, mau menang gini bo. Aku mau masuk dalam.
Ya iso. Ono nggak nih?
Oke.
Mampus kena anjing. Sofanya nang kono loh cok, reconnya cok. Oh apaan itu? Rotate loh mereka, di mid tadi ada.
Ya.
Tadi kebuka.
Oh no step cliff depan. Rame cok. Saya sabar gue.
Bisa ke A yo.
Time lapor nggak? No Billy masuk ke gitu.
Lo ngapain? Sofa 105. Oh saya tak blind sih ya, jancok goblok.
Iya, lapo apa blind? Rame cok. Itu reconnya nani cok. Reconnya.
Iya.
Look.
Iya.
Kasih bonus kau anjing.
스파이크가 A 지점에
Sakitnya
떨어졌습니다.
goblok.
여기야. 적군이 한 명
Menggambar di sana. Kena syok kau anjing, besok masuk kanker kau anjing, kontol.
매치 포인트.
Oh, match point. Udah kau bilang kan gua tahan 3 lo kontol.
Gue tahan 3.
Cok, kebabar dikit-dikit semuanya anjing.
Mumpung musuhnya gampang digambar aja, cok.
Iya, mumpung saya gambar.
Cok, ini nang mari cok, 3 tok deh, mari.
Iya, kita dapat poinnya lebih akeh.
Mau deh, hapusan aja Valorant cok mari ini. Asu.
Gua gak tahu bola gua anjing.
Iya, ayo.
Oh, digambar nih cok, dia pakai Odin cok.
Tenang, kasih ahlinya maju. Minggir. Oh, dia mulai menggambar, nakal ya. Mati kurenanya sumpah cok, mati kurenanya cok.
Wow.
Mati kedua orang, sumpah mati kedua orang, Cok. Di pojok kiri, Cok. Ku gambar kau anjing anak kontol.
GPS guys. Let's go salah.
Jancok 123, Cok, kontol.
수비팀 승리.
Sopanya nggak mati kena wallbang, Cok. Hapus Valorant anjing.
Aku bunuh 3 dari mana? Pesan aku bunuh Reina ambil reset toh.
Anu nggak sadar paling bang pas baris mereka.
Mungkin
iya.
Setor nyawa, Cok.
Tapi tenang, tetap aku match MVP, coy. Riot mengerti.
Iya.
99. Matamu kan gambar kayak Odin, Cok.
Menggambar itu indah aja.
Nah, gini lah, kau naiknya cepet tuh, Cliff. Lihat lihat karirnya Cliff saya.
99, Cok.
Cok, wis playlist. Setia jadi kon.
Cliff, kon niku jancuk beban, Cok.
Aku nyupport, Cok. Kon ini ngomaju iku sing nge-heal sapa, Mang?
Tenang ya, aku sing open aja ya. Kan rata mereka, Cok. Pakai Odin headshot. Aku saiki Odin headshot, Cok. Lumayan, Cok.
Yo, soalnya gini berdua sih terpaksa iso.
Iya sih. Makanya tadi aku belajar OP pisan ben cepet timingnya loh. Aku selalu kalah timing. Padahal biar cepet loh OP ku, Cok. Mbok apa gara-gara TV ku ya. TV wis tuwa, Cok. Layak monitor bodol 1 juta tak tuku.
Matamu.
Opo?
Layar monitorku iku piye to?
Kon piro inch?
Cilik kok. Aku mau beli mek 2 juta kok.
Ya berarti kan wis piro tahun iku?
Baru setahun.
Berarti gope saiki, Cok.
Mungkin.
Piro inch sih? 24.
Gak sampai kayak. Mungkin ya, kayak 24.
Masa cilik, Cok?
24. Kayak 24.
Gak mungkin kon 20 laptop lah, Cok.
Oh iya, 24.
20 apa 27?
24. Kecil kok.
Cliff punya piro, Cliff?
24.
Anu curve gak?
Gak, biasa.
Punya kukur.
Harusnya kon singkur Samsung.
Oh, gak seneng aku Samsung.
Yang paling murah saiki 144 Hz yo Armageddon.
Oh iya, Armageddon.
Masa apa ya Armageddon, Cok?
Terus pokok 144 Hz paling murah iku wis.
Murah sak piromu murahmu, Cok?
Ya maksudnya dibandingno 144 Hz sing 24 inline dari paling murah.
Iya.
Nek masalah kualitas sih kawetane yo karo, Pak.
Tapi murahnya piro, Cok? Armageddon, Cok?
Didot sih. Apa Heaven ngedot Cok?
Kan ada yang gak seneng 3 side soalnya. Kegedean.
Tapi
buat ngising?
Apa paling disenengi Heaven tuh?
Apa sih buat ngising cepetan, Cok?
게임을 찾았습니다.
Lona.
Kan ada ngising sih dah.
Iki lumayan lah. Seger titik.
Cok, Cliff. Justru kon ngising gak menang, Cok. Jadi kan kok susu pengen nge-kill lah, Cok. Boincer kepala langsung, Cok. Ngising tadi loh, kayak lainnya yang tadi loh. Yang tadi ngedot pisan loh. Bareng ini, dia sih pakai Reina loh.
Bukan, kill lain ini gak ngedot. Saya ngedot sih ku player sama.
Iya, maksudnya dia kan sih pakai Reina tadi toh, ngepick Reina toh.
Iya. Ayo, sopo tapi pakai Reina man ya? Kan P5 engkel-engkelan kan.
Di sini no debat udah, race, Cok. Di Bain ini kudu no race. And
besok
always.
Jumat kan main suwe gak?
Jumat besok nganggur. Ayo, sikat ya.
Main dari jam 6 toh.
Bebas tau.
Tapi aku seiku yo, aku silver yo.
Katanya apa emang ya?
Iso,
Aja adikku main.
Oh.
Iso aku sih.
Pakai aku nih Billy.
Dulu.
Tapi emang yang nggak naik dewe yo.
Apa? Apa sih?
Nggak naik no dewe.
Kan saya no Cliff toh, Cliff lah sih. Silver 3.
99, Cok.
Emang ini lek kalah ya turun kon.
Ono sage.
Gak usah. Tak jaga saya teh. 3 duelis. Ya wis lah.
Bapak, Odinku udah siap nih.
Odin menggambar.
Hati-hati ya musuhnya X-Tank-nya gold KP iki.
Mongkon demo carry kene, Po.
Boleh. Alzik, besok mau main Valo.
Apa?
Pegang jago.
Rank?
Gold.
Gold piro?
Gold 3, gold 1. Bisa lah.
Lo enggak? Gold
Yes.
3, gold 1 toh?
Iya.
Oh pakai.
Karena bukan biasanya pakai apa? Pakai race.
Dia pakai apa? Mereka pakai apa?
Biasanya pakai race, like gak omen. Race me omen.
Flash me omen.
Aku bebas aku
Bebas. Kau mau pakai race dah?
Aku ngikutin.
Hah? Ya wes. Jam 6, oke? Besok jam 6, oke?
Niat, Cok. Cliff wis balik ya jam 6. Woi, Cliff.
Enggak tahu.
Apa? Karo.
Orang wis balik. Alah kon yo besok libur ae, Cok. Musuhnya ngono sakit pisan. Matamu I can, bro. Matamu, Cok. Terus lapo ngepick race, Cok. Jet, Cok. Kontol.
Iya gila ini mang
Hello,
itu.
motherfucker.
Ya, yo motherfucker, Reina.
Yo.
Enggak ya, nggak bisa jet, Bro.
Das muncul.
Mana tolol, Cok.
Kau das muncul, Cok. Tahu.
Salah.
Sakit gak itu? Kan pakai apa?
Kena aku Rena.
Cok kena mental aku, Cok.
Waduh.
스파이크가 B 지점에 떨어졌습니다.
Cok, senangannya nge-spray, Cok. Kontol emang. Ngeras, tapi yo nggak ngono, lele. Ada aja lah,
Ada aja.
Waduh.
재장전 중.
Split slow, main culik manja.
Enggak pandai pakai jet lagi.
Ngapain lu pick goblok?
Ya nggak ada hero lain.
One main jet, one main agent you. Tadi pakai Reina kok atas.
Ada juga tuh. Muncul dia tuh.
Oke.
Oh fuck.
Kontol maju dia temenan
Maju,
tuh.
yo.
Oke, factory dia. Nggambar dia tuh.
B 지점 적발.
Ambil phantom nih.
Ambilin.
Nice. Mampus Kak Kon.
Factory-nya jet gua ambil.
Oh ya wes. Dia nyari loh senjatanya nang di.
Jet udah diambil semua senjatanya jet.
봇 회수 중이야. 눈을 가려주지.
Jet entry dong.
범위술탄 설치. B에서 범위술탄 전개.
Lo goblok.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다. 재장전 중.
Flank dah.
스파이크 설치.
Ada tuh, careful flank.
여기야.
Oh enggak.
Nice
Wah,
one.
aku ambil mati, Cok.
Woki Cok Rena itu.
Apa?
Rena yang musuh.
Oh ya?
Iya, jadi Rena kan memang dipik rame-rame, tapi klasik. Rena nggak phantom.
Mantap.
Musuh kan nggak phantom dong.
Iya musuhnya. Goblok
Tapi
saya
ini
dimajui.
Tembak ini rame-rame Cok mati.
Ayo, nah iku kayaknya harus main kayak ngono lek lawan musuhnya Spectre.
Goblok musuhnya iso ngeras sih.
재장전 중.
Jadi tas sih.
Apa memang posisi mereka wis enak lho Pak, kayaknya kan kita.
Ayo.
전개.
Biasa silver nafsu.
Yoi.
경계봇 설치. 봇 회수 중. 봇 회수 명령이다. B 지점 적 발견. 잘 안 보일 거다.
재장전 중.
범위술탄 전개.
여보, 플래시. 에이, 스모크.
그림자가 간다.
범위술탄 설치. 범위술탄
Bentar,
전개.
Jet. Lihat kiri lu, Jet.
여기야. 여기. 스파이크 설치 완료. 방발견 설치. 재장전 중.
Kena, Cuk.
Coba.
포탑이 파괴됐어.
Jancuk nggak kena, Cuk. Tolong aku, Po. Naik deh.
아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Wow,
적군이 한 명
defuse deh, mau
남았습니다.
defuse.
Kagak.
Phantom lu depan lumayan tuh. Lari. Gak
Gak apa-apa. Aku ya gak nutup bisa. Semate.
Tutup deh itu.
Apa? Aku matikan demi menang. Wah.
Bos, cocok, tak tunggu, Cuk. Kenapa? Kamu apa? River dah?
Di gimana nih, Cuk?
Beliin gua, Cuk. Ayo cepet beliin gua, Cuk.
Nggak ada duit gua, bangsat.
Yalah gua kasih, goblok.
Oh.
Apanya beli di mana? Pisau.
Iya.
Battle Pass 2 Battle Pass kemarin.
스파이크를 내려놨다.
Mas Battle Pass.
Bodoh amat. Mana menengok.
스파이크 확보. 봇 회수 중.
Nice. Gak apa-apa.
재장전
Wah, gak nak smoky berarti. Can you flash right now?
시야를 훔치겠어. 범위술탄
Ada smoke Jet kok.
범위술탄 배치.
Jet, smoke kiri.
범위술탄 설치.
masuk, Bill.
전개.
Kabar.
수비 시작 지점에서 적 발견. 재장전.
Dua-duanya nanggun ayo.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다. 스파이크 설치. 재장전 중.
Oke, nice one. Tapi memang benar-benar nggak bisa pakai jet dia, Cuk. Sumpah.
Apa? Dah.
Dia, ya. Aimnya tapi bagus deh.
Oh. Bagus lah ya.
Gua pengen OP, Cuk. Rena by him, please.
Mau ke A dah? Yuk ke A.
Rena by him.
Five.
Ke. Vandal minta, Bos. Aku ikut, Bos.
Cliff. Bawa spike ke aku, Bo.
Oh, iku jet.
Masuk memang jet itu.
Oh, pakai tak kasih nokon.
Pakai taruh nang kini.
이쪽이야.
Ada yang flank ke arahnya. Jet, ada yang flank ke depan tuh.
스파이크를 떨어뜨렸다.
Kontol loh, jetnya udah dibilang ada yang nge-flank, Cok. Asu jet itu. Kiri lu, Jet. Di sini dia. Woi. Goblok malah ngedes, Cok. Kiri mungkin. Kanan, Nos. Woi, dari situ deh. Nah, kan udah dibilang kok. Jetnya kontol emang, Cok. Aku semua mau no-flank, Cok. Gak ditangani beda, Cok. Jet flank belakang lo.
Jetnya nang aku, guys.
30초 남았습니다. 아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Jetnya tuh lo. 80, Cuk.
Pas dari jet ini cuwili, Cuk, gendeng.
Oh ya?
Iya, Cuk.
Cuk, mentok tak OP aja, Cuk, ngomong gitu, Cuk. Jetnya ngeyel, Cuk. Ke B, biar jaga hukanya dong.
Oke.
Rena gagal beli no. Tunggu kon Rena, Cuk. Gono tuwe kon nggak ada tunggu no, Cuk.
감시포탑 설치. 재장전 중.
도망칠 곳은 없다.
경계봇 설치. 재장전 중.
Wah. Itu nggak pas.
곧 회수 중.
Itu pas menurut cocok. Mati Rena ini.
완벽한 샷.
Allah. Tembakan opo iku aku.
Dia musuh rada angin. Di bawah hookah ada satu tuh. Itu.
Dia naik ke atas.
Aku pilih ke
Eh, belakang. Oh,
Depanku ada. Depan kini ada. Ah, janco M ku lari.
jet heaven nih, jet. Oh, ada teleport.
30초 남았습니다.
Wallbang iso, cok. Ya ampun.
마이크를 설치했다.
Tuh.
아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Itu anjing. Timingnya.
Bingung deh.
하나 됐고. 적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Pikir gigil tapi saya.
Ya aku langsung ngomong deh Mekono. Pik-pikannya dia gigi, cok. Nice one.
총 발견.
Pik-pikannya dia bagus.
Upin nek iso koyo cepet ngono iku apa gak harusnya tinggi ya monitor.
Harusnya. Monitor, cok. Konten monitornya, cok.
Emangnya dia jawab apa?
Oh, dia bingung, cok. Soalnya keyboard juga dia mau hertz, Cliff.
포탑 전개.
Cok 1920 matamu.
Oh, iku anu nih. Apa layarnya, cok?
Resolusi.
Diambil jet. Iya, resolusinya. Goblok, cok.
곧 회수 명령이다.
Kiri. Rena, your left. Rena plan.
Buka.
Goblok Rena, cok.
스파이크가 B 지점에 떨어졌습니다.
Saya mau klik kanan, Bo. Klik kanan, cok. Goblok, aduh iku, cok.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다. 아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Cok tembakanku gak kena kabeh. Stop lah.
Rena ini nggak pakai headset. Taruhan berapa mel? Nggak pakai headset ya?
재장전 중.
Ya berarti ini solo.
Tuh, aku beli vandal, cok.
설치.
Apa B menang. Positif aja lah menang. Ya ikon nggak.
Positif hamil.
Tancok sih mati, cok. Sofanya OP ya?
운반자가 처치됐어. 스파이크가 A 지점에 떨어졌습니다.
Ada vandal tuh.
Wis. Jadi aku disedot.
Nggak ono yang sedut ya. Di blind tok.
아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Pokoknya. Oh. Itu main slow ini guys, cepet-cepet.
Apa?
Ya tapi cok.
Mau save tak?
Mau JT malah nggak. JT nggak save.
Coba sih save aja.
Bisa.
2 kali save.
Apa? Dan kok ini bisa beli? Tuh, baik. Save.
포탑 전개. 가서 잡아. 재장전 중. 똑똑해 봐라. 시야를 훔쳐주지. 재장전 중. 재장전 중. 경계부 전개.
가세요.
A 지점 적 발견. 스파이크가 A 지점에 떨어졌습니다.
아, 짠, 쪼! 그냥 멤버 또 쪼, 쪼!
네.
곧 회수 중. 곧 회수 중이야. 아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Renaira도 belum sumpah cok. Awalnya tuh api cok, kontol emang.
Aku percaya iki kill iso.
Gak iso. Aku hari ini M ku busuk cok.
재장전 중.
Oh, ini sesuai cok. Bedroom selalu ada siapa Kim?
Tena.
Aku gak pernah ke bedroom dari tadi.
Aku bedroomnya aku. Tena sih.
감시포탑 설치.
Jet spike-nya kasih ke Killjoy atau men?
You can drop.
스파이크를 떨어뜨렸다. 스파이크를 확보했다. 시야 차단. 잘안 보일 스파이크를 확보했어. 재장전 중.
나이스.
회수 명령이다. 경계복 설치. A
Smoke po nandiyan eh. Jagan yo. Jagan ako yo. U-haul. Yato U-haul. Liato U-haul.
스파이크 설치 완료.
Saya sudah lihat U-haul. Walaupun lem toh maksudnya.
아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Kontol lah nggak mati anjing.
레이나 처치.
Ngapain lo? Belakang.
감시포탑 설치. 적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Mas try.
Musuh tapi U-haul, tapi firasatku ada di belakang. Dan benar saja. Iya. Ditembak
Oke, aja tuh. OP-nya nggak diambil.
Balikku maksudmu lem itu toh?
Yo, lem iki. Deh kalian tulisannya lem tuh.
Yo.
Oh.
Pokoknya bahasa
Lem.
Korea yo. Kunsuriki.
Di apa bedroomnya ono tuh?
Ono tadi? Kosong.
Ya punya aku ya bener lem sih. Tapi awal dulu jenenge U-haul.
경계복 배치. 이쪽이야.
도망칠 곳은 없다.
경계복이 파괴됐어.
Wah, tegak kan. Ayo kan.
포탑 전개.
재장전 중.
재장전 중. 시야
나이스.
훔쳐주지.
아, 이죠.
그림자 소환.
A에서 적 발견.
Aduh, sofa 146 loh, kontol.
Wes balik sih. Lah iso kon TP opo?
곧 회수 중.
Cancel. Tuh.
ono bunun sih.
아군이 한 명 남았습니다. 스파이크가 B 지점에 떨어졌습니다.
Sofanya 146 ya. Nanti lagi sofanya kontol.
30초 남았습니다. 팀 A.
Ini keras ini musuh itu.
Enggak, kok so Renanya rumor-rumor kayak orang tolol.
전반전 최종 라운드.
Yo 어디 있어 가 이.
Angin, mereka camper soalnya.
Kayak gak iso.
Aku yang ngincar setengah mati itu pun sofa 146 tadi cok. Lemah ya taras lah.
Ya saya coba Aku ada ulti.
Ada ngepick tuh biasanya.
Tak mesti.
Ada. Ada orang.
감시포탑 설치.
Di long ada yo, di long ada.
Coba cari mati.
적 발견. 재장전 중.
Tuh. Oh, vlog Rena.
카운트다운 시작.
Jet help me.
Please bro.
Mati kamu.
도관에든 쥐야.
Kanan mau Cliff.
범위술탄
Elbow satu. Apa? Buka satu bro.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Asuka.
Asuka.
Guys.
아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Swan.
Tahanan naik.
시선 좀 볼까?
Cliff, lapo Cliff.
Gambar kayak phantom tuh.
Gambar kayak phantom.
공수 교대.
Aduh cocok.
Cok, nggak ada Cliff tuh nggak mati cok musuh.
Gambar kayak phantom masuk.
Cok, Rena musuh itu selalu pakai frenzy bang, hati-hati. Dia frenzy ngeras cok.
포탑 전개.
Cliff, misalnya kon lihat musuh DA langsung pindah A.
경계부 전개.
Aku iku jangkat nih.
범위술탄 설치.
Oke.
Untung tadi dapat jet tuh cok. Apa anjing warna kuplok. Tadi nyocot aja cok. Dia.
범위술탄
Pindah,
전개.
jancok. Duh, dimaju kabeh.
봇 회수 중.
Nice.
스파이크가 A 지점에 떨어졌습니다.
Lems.
아군이 한 명
Wah,
남았습니다.
Ngomong lems ada cok.
좋아.
Oh emang.
Klasik emang angin ya, lek ngetap kepala. Nangus kayak lek ngetap.
Biarkan Aresku membungkam mulut-mulut mereka.
Siap.
포탑
Cukup
전개.
loh.
봇 회수 중. 감시포탑 설치.
Jadi maju ya, kan semua kesoleh. Kalau kan
Cikal,
kini
cikal, Kak.
langsung mati kabeh. Yo.
Lihat entar dua duelis tae gitu. Aman.
Mana dah? Ya wes pindah. Kanang kamu.
Rena fallback.
Gak bakal. Gak duwe. Ikut deh, gak pakai speaker deh, gak pakai headset deh.
Loh, Jet. Ya.
잡았다.
Jetnya 90 ya lo parah. Sama Rena 94.
Puraan asu.
스파이크 설치.
Woi Rena.
봇 회수 중이야.
Anjing jengkel aku lama-lama cok.
Lumayan lah Rena ya.
아군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Lumayan kasih kill musuhnya cok.
Tapi musuhnya
Kamu
emang
deh,
tajam ya.
makin show. Duh. B78. Fuck.
Puasar. Timnya coba agak klasik Randy. Cuma iso ngeburst. Nge-spray
Tapi
maksudnya.
iya.
Cliff, aku mau ngide Cliff.
Itu ya bu, ayo bareng ayo.
Ayo.
Tahu
Jet
yo.
pakai shorty.
Cypher
Jet pakai Jet pakai apa namanya? Jet ikut gua.
경계부 배치.
Langsung tak smoke ya.
Ras langsung ras.
범위술탄 설치.
Bareng lah.
Ojo. Nge-smoke kiri aja.
Rena blind.
Anak cok. Di B cok. Waduh.
Ayo Katanya lucu. Itu loh. Mampus ya kon. Nice one. Mampus ya kon cok.
Aku nge-lag cok. Fuck. Anco apa sih? So nge-lag ini.
Last B.
FPS ku iso drop loh tiba-tiba.
Spike di mana? Spike di mana? Jaga spike.
Spike di B. Oh, itu no.
Itu gitu.
CT di belakang gini.
Semoga yang depan aku.
Kok iso nge-lag lho, tiba-tiba iso nge-lag lho, Chan. Cek lah, opo iki.
Coba kon ngintip adikmu bokepan iku, Cuk.
Enggak, bukan. Iki monitor ku.
Cliff, kon lihat kanannya, Cliff. Semoga mana, Cliff? Kirim.
Oh iya.
Dia terakhir dibilang kok tadi.
Saya 11.
Nice one.
Cok iso gak langsung ndas ngono stop.
Gak usah incar. Lek kon gak nutut gak usah incar ndase, Cok.
Oh iya kalah darah aku. Enggak, game itu menang lawan dia. Ya kalah darah tok.
King hero Rena anjing.
이거 좀 사줘.
내가 사블리 나고요.
고마워.
잡아 또 봐.
Bibi mereka.
경계봇 설치. 범위술탄 전개. 경계봇 파괴.
Bibi.
범위술탄 전개. 자, 차치. 포탑 전개.
Wah, ancol loro, Cok. Belakang. Lo. Hyper lo.
스파이크가 설치되었습니다.
Harus 3-3 Hyper. Terus sikat aja lah, Cok. 2 orang nggak bisa main kok.
Yo, sikat.
kon di.
한 명 남았습니다. 감시포탑 설치.
Oh, di lem sih atau di depanmu? Depannya Rena. Oh, lem.
Oke.
Odin, tempatnya tadi Cliff mati.
Cok, Cypher kok iso mat. Cypher takon dicok mata.
Iku lho. Kan iso deh kene. Kan pian to Cliff ya apa sih?
Tak cek corner apa?
Cek. Harus dicek, Bos.
Aku ngono duwe lho.
Apa aku aja. Tenang, duitku lagi ya. Lagi soke.
Iki jam piro? Iki jam piro?
Cliff jam piro iki?
2322.
Nah, 2322.
Hah? Pete?
Enggak ya, aku ya gak ngerasa cepet.
Wah, oke.
경계봇 전개.
Nandi, kok niku kayak Nandi, Cok.
DB.
Yo mapku toh.
Saya nggak bisa lihat map.
범위술탄 전개.
BBB.
범위술탄 배치. 찾았다. 범위술탄 전개.
Masuk jatuh.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다. 스파이크가 B 지점에 떨어졌습니다.
Nice. Biasa. Sentinel main. Jono kon pakai bom ki.
Ngerinya.
Nah, B-side gak bisa dimasuki, No way.
Rek,
Padahal aku, kan tahu Cliff, aku setupnya 3 detik terakhir.
경계봇 설치.
Yo, kita comeback-kan.
Jancok di trade kill, Cok. Kontol Rena asu, Cok.
패스 명령이다.
Mana, Cok?
Terus masuk dah.
Komit dah. Udah.
Oke.
Rena reload.
봇 회수 중.
Goblok.
Tahan ya
Ikut
Cliff,
kok.
tahan belum pasang ya?
Cliff lah.
Oh wes.
Cliff maju wo, Cuk. Kenapa menang nang kono, Cuk?
Aku nunggu ngomong Rick.
Gak iso, Pak. Kau niku kudu trade kill, Cuk.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다.
Kananmu. Iku lho.
Box.
Kiri box.
수류탄 설치. 아군이 한 명
Loh, goblok
남았습니다.
ih.
Coba deh ya.
감시포탑 설치.
Anu kasih bom aja. Nano som.
Loh. Turretku gak jalan dah.
Will, tak kasih tau kuncinya, Will.
Apa?
Kon le ditarik BDE, ya toh?
Ya.
Kon tetap ikuti aja Orpe sampai tengah. Nah, tapi kon pas di tengah kon nembak itu tetap lurus.
Ya. Ya, aku tahu lagi.
Nah, iku makanya biar mana dia narik. Padahal dia maju tuh itu.
Maju deh.
Kirain aku kontol emang wana, Cok. Yo, Cok, nggak ngepik.
Loh, turretku mati dah.
Nggak kena kayak.
Gak kepik deh.
Mana? Di apa?
Dia. Wes, gak usah.
Pakai WP deh.
Mampus kon anjing.
Smokean bedroom ya. Nah.
B.
Auto mati kok.
Tuka.
Oke. Siap aku. Oke, harusnya
여기야. 적군이 한 명 남았습니다. 무결점 플레이.
Sentinel sejati. Guys akan melewati teritoriku, guys. Kata Eli tadi ya saya menang ya. 10,
Iya emang.
10-9.
10-9 malah harus ya. Karena akan kubungkamkan cangkem-cangkem.
경계부 전개. 여기야.
Di aman ya?
Oke, pindah. Jet gue. Oh, no dah.
범위술탄 전개.
Ah, kepik.
Pukul mundur deh. Kepik.
Aman.
Bilong 1, Huka 1.
Aman, boy. Bukan mana? Bilong ya?
Ente.
Oh, ente ya, wes gak usah. Wes gak usah.
7 detik lagi sih ya.
Berarti di Huka sama Bilong itu mereka.
Oke. Huka gak ono dah?
Oh no.
Ono step
ini
tadi?
Oke,
Huka.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다. 범위술탄 전개. 무결점.
Nice one. Dia main pakai ghost, Cok.
Ngomong nih, tak kejar sampai omah ya, Cok.
Sampai omah.
Hati-hati.
Jet. Woi, jet.
Mulai duit mereka.
Iya, oke.
Wah, dikasih skin gua, Cok.
Gua nemu itu, ambil aja. Gua jaga-jaga.
경계부 설치.
Miroki.
범위술탄 설치.
Oh, iki fuck.
Kan nggak di. Rena goblok, sosokan mau ngepik aku, Cok.
Ayo. Dia biasa dia top fake lah.
B에서 적 발견. 범위술탄 전개.
Dibing itu semua.
Kok smoke ngono sih?
Wis yakin besmu ora?
범위술탄 배치.
Ya, yakin.
Di sini ada loh.
스파이크가 B 지점에 떨어졌습니다.
Satu flank. Woi, klik belakang klik. Nah, situ dia, depanmu klik.
Gantuk kaget.
Ya mau iku ono sing.
아군이 한명
Flank
남았습니다.
lu.
적군이 한명 남았습니다. 스파이크가 설치되었습니다.
Nggak tahu apa itu.
Agak ambar kon anjing. Mana OP lu?
Nggak tahu. Oh ya itu dalam.
Dalam mana?
클럿. 이대로 가는 거야.
Aku harus ngomong flank, nggak percaya.
Duh, aku wis ngepick flank-flankane tapi kalah aku.
Maksudku itu kon maju sampai lorongin, ojo bonteni, selek kon enteni kon sing kalah.
경계복 배치.
Langsung sikatan cuttingan DE. Aku soalnya ngejar di belakangnya, makanya pas kon sambil nembak aku harus mati maju.
Aku dipus pisan dari era generator mang enggak salah.
Oh, Billy kok. Mampus
Nice.
cok.
Pindah B. Smoke naik aneh. Nice.
Jangan dimajui anak dajal.
3 menit.
Ada kok sekarang. Kita maju pisan ya. Kontol koren anjing.
적군이 한명 남았습니다.
Asu.
Ngebet cok.
Kontol, aku jadi tumbal cuk. Itu tadi dia di dalam ini loh, dalam apa namanya? Teleport, sempat masuk tadi dia. Loh, khusus bilang
pindah.
dibuka dia.
Karma deh, numbal kon dia kena dia sing mati saiki.
Arah ke B ya, hati-hati Bil. Kayaknya dia tahu kamu di posisi itu loh Bil.
Ya, apa?
30초 남았습니다.
Loh, Cliff nggak maju.
Oh, aku dengar step ya.
Mana bilang nggak?
10초 남았습니다.
Oh enggak cok. Oh iya benar.
범위술탄
Re, antara kini ambek kini ono beda itu.
매치 포인트.
Pik-pikannya bagus soalnya Asroy.
Lumayan. Tepeng bawah ngono.
Paling bawah tapi ya apa ya nek pik-pikannya tepat ngono lumayan gitu.
Enggak, aslinya sing Rene kene gak teli cok, aku di bed cok kontol.
Dia mati tapi wes. Kena karma, instan karma.
Lu 2 OP.
Ya oke juga sayangnya.
Ini anak dajal cok, memang kau haram cok, asli cok.
Gak tahu cok.
산 시작이다.
Wes pindah kau apa?
Tamu tuh di belakang cok.
칠 곳은 없다.
Fix gue isan.
Rena apes memang cok kontol wana su.
아니.
Rena, Sofa, sama
범위술탄 첫 회수 중이야.
Astro lo.
스파이크 설치. 곧 회수 명령이다.
Rena nih cok.
Nice one.
Jet udah pun.
범위술탄.
Ulti jet.
범위술탄 배치.
Kiri lu ada.
아군이 한명 남았습니다.
On, marah kak.
Belakang mobil.
감시포탑 설치. 정확하게. 한명 남았습니다.
Oh. Babi.
Iya toh,
Minta
lah aku
tapi
berena
minta.
pasti.
Minta oe, channel kon full.
Iya, enggak.
Lah aku berena pasti jadi tumbal. Kontol emang Rena iki, Cuk. Ngalih, Cuk. Asli the real one, Cuk. Anjing emang. Ono, Cuk.
Ya, pindah, cepet pindah. Channel kan bisa bantu nge-flash. Wes masuk belum?
Hampir.
회수 중.
Tak flash ya, Lemi.
충전이 필요해.
Guys mau masuk ke plan, guys masuk KB ngomong aku.
Masuk lem, Cliff.
Enggak. Lem sit aja kok. Ono step.
Di B itu Cliff.
포탑이 파괴됐어. 스파이크가 설치되었습니다.
Mana lagi Astranya, Cuk?
Gak tahu. Astra detop bisa ditutup ya di dalam.
Oh,
di long. Ya di long.
적군이 한
Bener.
명 남았습니다.
Divis, Cliff.
Wes division. Bantu no.
Kok aku yuk.
Cypher luka. Nice wes mati. Selesai.
Di mana aku tumbal mana, Cuk?
Mereka lo KB kok. Astra mbak Sofia 100 KB.
Iya, 38 tuh aku itu.
수비팀 승리.
Aku gurung munggah iki. Titik tuh dapetnya.
Ayo.
Kan 20 sih. Ya kan 12 tuh. Kontol emang.
Lo match MVP mek dapat 18 asu sing naik, Cuk.
Musuhnya soalnya skornya nggak beda tuh.
Iya, skornya 13-11.
Musuhnya gol kabeh, Cuk. Kontol.
Iya. Wis rotok wangi iki tadi.
Enggak tetep aja mereka cupu, Cuk.
Ya apa?
Kon wis naik gold, ojo mudune maneh, Cuk.
Sing belum tentu ya sapa, Cuk. Pikir aku ojo mudun ngono.
Ojo solo lo, Cuk. Sumpah ojo solo. Aku wis kapok saiki solo, Cuk. Aku mudun gara-gara solo iki, Cuk, lagi gol 3, Cuk.
Temenan ta?
Loh, iya, Cuk. Kemarin hari aku solo-solo terus mau tanahin nom platinum kan gara titik tuh. Tak solo-solo jancot tambah mudun cuma tambah maik, Cuk.
Ini tak kasih tahu yo.
Besok ae.
Satu kali mana Alex iki gol 3.
Iya, Cuk.
Enggak, ngene ya apa? Nek kon mau cepet platinum yo, mending iki, Pak. Seminggu full the range. Ambek data.
Taemu, Cuk, enggak belani aku, Cuk.
Gak kompet.
Ngomong iki jam 12, Cuk. Iki biasanya kene ambu-ambu kalah jam sakmene, mending lanjut besok.
Kakak ini lanjut Yon, yes. Oke, thank you.
Yes, bye.
게임을 찾았습니다.
내가 왜 못하지? 어떻게 해야지?
데스매치입니다. 준비하세요.